All right, guys. So just asking for 5 more minutes. Our tutor is having some technical difficulties. So in the meanwhile, just get prepared, get your snacks, get your drinks, and get ready for class in a bit. Okay.
Um, all right, so good afternoon. Is everybody able to hear me? All right, all right. Sorry for the late start. Just had some technical difficulties. So we have 4 hours today from 1 until 5, and we're going to just do all paper ones, multiple choice. We're going to try and do at least, well, not at least, but we're going to do 4 of them. So the 4 most recent ones that we have all the answers to, which would be papers 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Since it's just multiple choice and you can probably review them after. We're just trying to fit in as many as possible. So we're going to start with 2016, and of course, the first 7 questions are based on an extract that is read. I'm going to read this following poem twice, and then we're going to go straight into the answers. All right, so this poem, at reading it at normal reading pace, it's called Departure Lounge by Mervyn Morris. It's very popular poem. We're just going to go straight through the answers, and if anybody doesn't understand anything, they can indicate in the chat, and I'll try to address it. But this session is not supposed to really be one where we're just teaching. We're just going straight through the answers, and I'm sure that they'll be shared with you afterwards. All right, so reading this poem now. So, Departure Lounge. The young man, when the flight is called, is blowing his nose to clear the sadness of departure. The girl who's leaving looks composed. They're traveling on different planes to different destinations. Each time we die a little, when we are young, these moments devastate. But partings down the years have helped me ready to say goodbye. So we're going to read that again. Departure Lounge. The young man, when the flight is called, is blowing his nose to clear the sadness of departure. The girl who's leaving looks composed. They're traveling on different planes to different destinations. Each time, when we die a little, when we are young, these moments devastate. But partings down the years have helped to make me ready to say goodbye. Right? So we're going to go over to the questions now. So you heard the extract, it was read twice. You listen carefully before answering these questions based on the context. So what is the setting in the first stanza? Is it a funeral, an airport, a train station, or an underground station? So, and the answer there, it is an airport, B. So which of the following best expresses the meaning of the phrase blowing his nose to clear the sadness of departure? So is it the young man is crying, young man is devastated by the departure, young man copes with his grief by weeping, or the impending departure has made the young man ill? So the answer there is B. Like I said, feel free to drop in the chat at any time. In case in case anybody wants some clarification based on what's going on.
Zimboy?
Yes, it will be read twice for the exam. Well, COVID has changed things a lot. I'm pretty sure that it will happen the way it ought to. All right, so everybody is getting the answers. All right, so let's move on. Which of the following best explains the purpose of stanza 2? So stanza 2, we go back. Each time we die a little, when we are young, these moments devastate. And the answer there is B, to include all young people in the grief of partings. That best explains stanza 2. So number 4, the tone of the poem can be described as what? Is it sober, caustic, nostalgic, or regretful? So we know the meanings of each of those words. Sober is like you're reflective and pensive, you're thoughtful. Caustic is like you're rude and boorish and very curmudgeonly. Nostalgic, you're looking back. Regretful. The answer there is sober. Which of the following expressions from the poem does not refer to the central theme of the poem? Right? So the theme of the poem, you're in a departure lounge at the airport, it's causing a lot of sadness. very sober reflections. So which of the following expressions from the poem does not refer to the central theme of the poem? Is it that we are ready to say goodbye, each time we die a little, these moments devastate, or blowing his nose to clear the sadness of departure? All right, so we're answering number 5, and the answer for 5 is actually A, ready to say goodbye. So which of the following does not refer to the central theme of the poem? Right. So these moments devastate, each time we die a little, blowing his nose to clear the sadness of departure. Those are all responses to departure, but ready to say goodbye, we are not ready to say goodbye. So the answer there is A. All right, number 6, the main idea of the poem is that A, the author learns to accept paintings. B, people find, that should actually be partings. People find it painful to deal with partings. People eventually learn to deal with partings, or two young people are parting company on different flights. Remember the main idea of the poem, A, B, C, or D. All right, so the answer there is B. Yes, it is B. People find it painful to deal with partings. Number 7, which of the following literary devices are not used in the poem? It's the pun, metaphor, oxymoron. Well, 1 is pun, 2 is metaphor, 3 is oxymoron. So is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3 only, or 1, 2, and 3? And it says not used in the poem. That's number 7. All right, so the answer there is actually A, pun and metaphor. 7 is A, pun and metaphor, because if we go back to the poem now, we can see different oxymorons. So, well, you know the meaning of all of these. Oxymoron. So where do we see an oxymoron? Okay, so on different planes to different destinations. 7 is A, pun and metaphor. There are no puns. Puns are plays on words. So you can see that you would eliminate C because there's no play on words to be found in any of these. So 1 is not used. And as for metaphors, we don't really see any metaphors in this. There's nothing that is representative of anything as a literary device, right? But in terms of an oxymoron, so an oxymoron, two words that are supposed to be like very opposite in meaning, that are close to each other. So you realize different planes to different destinations. There ought to be an oxymoron there, but we can come back to number 7 because that answer does seem a bit odd. But for now, the answer is pun and metaphor. 7 is supposed to be A. But we want to get through the paper very quickly. All right, so we're moving on to section B, but we're going to put a star on number 7. So items 8 to 10, a researcher was gathering information on the impact of streaming within a particular high school. He held a discussion with 5 sets of students from remedial classes in different forms or grades on how they are being affected by their placement. So what method of data collection did the researcher use? He held a discussion with 5 sets of students from remedial classes in different forms or grades. What method of data collection? All right, B, yeah, he used a focus group. Yeah, that's what the definition of focus group. Apart from the students, which of the following persons may be the best source of primary data for this research? Is it parents, teachers, education officers, or deans of discipline? Remember, we're gathering impact on streaming within a particular high school, so the answer there is B, teachers. So which of the following is an advantage of using a questionnaire for this particular study? Number 10. So results can be easily quantified. It has a low rate of response. Researcher is able to ask follow-up questions, or respondents don't have to think carefully before formulating a response. So it says an advantage of using a questionnaire. And the answer is A. Results can be easily quantified. So, when you use a questionnaire, you don't really have to think too much about that as a quantitative data collection instrument. Number 11. At a recent meeting with the principal of Argyle Secondary School, the Ministry of Education revealed that a check of the most recent census documents shows that some senior students of the school have been attending classes irregularly. The ministry decided to hire a research company to investigate the likely reasons for the students' irregular attendance. So number 11 is, which of the following would be the most appropriate population for the study? Right? So is it all students of Argyle Secondary that have been attending classes irregularly? All senior students of Argyle Secondary that have been attending classes irregularly? All students of secondary schools in the country that have been attending classes irregularly? Or all senior students of secondary schools in the country that have been attending classes irregularly? You'll see that there are some misprints there for number 11, but we understand what it's supposed to be. Right, so number 11, what would be the most appropriate population? Let me check back on some of the answers. Right, I see most persons look to be saying B, and for number 11, the correct answer is B. All senior students of Argyle Secondary, right? Because we're meeting in the school, and the documents show that the senior students of the school have been attending class irregularly. So it makes sense to have that as the population. Answer is B. All senior students of that school only who have been attending classes irregularly. All right, number 12. Relevant demographic data about the student that the researcher might seek to obtain will include age, address, number of days absent. That's 1, 2, 3. And we have the choice between 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3. Demographic data about the student that we want to obtain, relevant demographic data. All right, so I'm seeing here persons are saying B for number 12. Any other answers? Persons are saying B, 11. Well, yeah, 11. 11 is B. We're at number 12 now. All right, so relevant demographic data. So actually, the answer for 12 in my mind would be A, because age and address is demographic. Number of days absent isn't demographic, so it would not be D. It wouldn't be B, and it certainly wouldn't be C. So for 12, the answer is A, 1 and 2 only. All right. So number 13, if the research company only collected data in the morning, which of the following would affect the data in the morning? 1, validity. 2, time spent in the field. 3, access to information. And that's number 13. The answer there is D. All of them would affect if you collected data only in the morning. Why? Because remember, we're trying to determine students who are attending classes irregularly. Persons could attend in the morning and not come back in the evening, so that's invalid. Time spent in the field is also a factor in the morning, and access to information. What if everybody doesn't show up in the morning? They start to come late. So 13 is D. All right, number 14, if the research company was observing the patterns of absenteeism among senior students, which of the following would be an advantage, right? The research company is observing patterns of absenteeism, right? So we're doing participant observation, direct observation as a research method. So directly experiencing the behavior of the participants, allowing its biases to affect what is observed, spending long enough period of time collecting data, or participants changing their behavior while being observed. All right, so for number 14, there, any answers? Was anybody answering 14? The answer, definitely though, is A, directly experiencing behavior of participants. Let me just take a pause here. Tell me if I'm going too fast, because I mean it's multiple choice. The idea is to try and do as many as possible. The intent here is to take a break after doing the first two papers, so 16 and 17, and we take a break of about 15 minutes, and then we start again maybe sometime after 3 o'clock, and we're doing 18 and 19, and then that will take us to a little bit after 5. So let me know if that's okay with everybody. All right, so and I'll be, of course, switching between this and the regular page because I'm checking the chat for answers as we go along. So number 15 now, which of the following URLs is not likely to provide trustworthy information on student attendance? So I'm not going to read the web name. The only thing we have to look at is the end. So is it .edu, .gov, .org, or .com? Trustworthy information. So the answer there for 15, anybody saying any answers? All right, the answer is D. Yes, it is D. The others, edu, gov, org, are educational, government, organizational. Com is just any commercial website. Everything is .com. It's not, might not necessarily be reliable. Right? So we're finished now with module 1. Of course, based on the paper 2, module 1 is the paper that deals with the first, the elements of language and elements of essays and communication and so on. Module 2 is language and the community. Module 3 is speaking and writing. So we're moving into module 2 now, that we usually hear a lot of Creole and those things. So we're reading from this scenario. It says, the boy come back home for a few days holiday, see some crabs Crosby have in a barrel. This is the son. Dad, what are those times there? Talking like Englishman. Crosby ain't tell him nothing. When he poke his finger in the barrel and the crab catch hold of him, he bawl. Pa, the crab. A well-educated boy, yes. Lawyer, economist, or something. Let's read that again. So it's from Earl Lovelace, The Wine of Astonishment. He's a Trinidadian author. So all of this is Trinidad. Well, you can just imagine it being read in a Trinidadian accent. It doesn't necessarily sound Jamaican. So let's read it again. The boy come back home for a few days holiday, see some crabs Crosby have in a barrel. This is the son. Dad, what are those times there? Talking like Englishman. Crosby ain't tell him nothing. When he poke his finger in the barrel and the crab catch hold of him, he bawl. Pa, the crab. A well-educated boy, yes? Lawyer, economist, or something. It sounds very, cheeky. So he's mocking him, basically, making fun of him. So number 16, which of the following expressions contains syntactical features common to Caribbean English Creoles? So is it a well-educated boy? What are those things? Pa, the crab, or talking like Englishman? Remember, syntactical features common to Caribbean English Creoles. Anybody? So I'm seeing based on answers D. All right, everybody is correct. It is D, talking like Englishman. It sounds basically like a mix of English and Creole. So what features of Caribbean English Creole grammar is using the expression Crosby ain't telling him nothing? Crosby ain't telling him nothing. Reduplication, double negative, syllable reduction, zero copula structure. 17. All right, everybody is saying B. B is the answer, double negative. Number 18, what attitude does the text talking like Englishman Crosby ain't telling him nothing suggest that the narrator has towards the boy? Is it jealousy, frustration, amusement, or disapproval? All right, what's everybody saying? All right, most persons are saying D. The answer is D. For 16, somebody is asking what was number 16, and 16 was D. Right, D, talking like Englishman. 17 is B. 18 is also D. So moving on to 19, what does the extract suggest about the relationship between the boy's education and his use of language? His education makes him speak properly. His education has influenced his language. As an economist, he speaks standard English, or he speaks English Creole because he's an educated lawyer. All right, 19. All right, so 19. 19 is B. Most persons are saying B. Yes. His education has influenced his language. 20. What is suggested in the narrator's final statement? Lawyer, economist, or something. Right? He was unable to recall the correct information. He is not in awe of the young man's educational achievements. He does not think that the young man's profession is important, or he does not care that the young man has become a professional. Number 20. Think what did he say? Well-educated boy, yes, lawyer, economist, or something. All right. All right, so for 20, most persons seem to have gotten it as well. It is A. He was unable to recall the correct information. So he said, well-educated boy, yes, lawyer, economist, or something. He's listing out professions. He doesn't quite remember which one he is. All right. So, 21. We have another extract. So, Miss Clemmy keep on looking at Ascot as if he is a stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as he is too afraid to come near the lady. The children start play around the car and make as if to open the door, and Ascot snap at them so bad that my mother had to say, "Hi, Ascot, is your own little brothers you treating so?" "Half brother," Ascot say. From then on, things just get from bad to worse. Ascot looked like he real vexed with Miss Clemmy, and the wife and stepfather looked like they real vexed with Ascot. So finally, Ascot said, "Come, let me take you all home, for I have to get back to Kingston tonight." But by this time, Daggerman's face set, and he said he preferred to walk, and Miss Clemmy and the children get into the car alone. And even though Miss Clemmy looked like she's going to cry, you can still see she feeling proud to have her son driving her in the car. But as they drive off, all we can hear is Ascot shouting at the children to take their dirty feet off the car seat. All right, that one is a bit long. I'm going to read it again. Wait, let me pause. Somebody's asking, how is 20A? I think I just explained it. So the last sentence says, a well-educated boy, yes, lawyer, economist, or something. So remember, he discovered that crabs are in the barrel. He's trying to catch hold of him, saying, and then the crab, caught him. He saw Crosby have crabs in a barrel. And then the son said, "Dad, what are those things there, talking like Englishmen?" Crosby ain't tell him nothing. When he poked his finger in the barrel and the crab catch hold of him, he bawled, "Pa, the crab, the crab." A well-educated boy, yes, lawyer, economist, or something. Right. When we think about it, it could be B. He's not in awe of the young man's educational achievements. I would have thought so as well, because he sees him carrying crabs, and then he had to stick his finger in there to say that, to discover whether or not it was a crab. And then the crab caught hold of him. So, apparently he's saying, basically, as I was saying earlier, it seemed that he was mocking him by saying he's a well-educated boy, lawyer, economist, or something. But as with number 7, I'll put that one down, so I'll just put an asterisk beside that one to see whether it's A or B. On the official answer sheet, I have A, but I would probably query that one as well. But we'll get back to it at the end. So getting back to 21 now. I just want to read that one again since I took that pause. So Miss Clemmy keep on looking at Ascot as if he's a stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as if he's too afraid to come near the lady. The children start play around the car and make as if to open the door, and Ascot snap at them so bad that my mother had to say, "Hi, Ascot, is your own little brothers you treating so?" "Half brother," Ascot say. From then on, things just get from bad to worse. Ascot looked like he real vexed with Miss Clemmy, and the wife and stepfather looked like they real vexed with Ascot. So finally, Ascot say, Come, let me take you all home, for I have to get back to Kingston tonight. But by this time, Daggerman's face set, and he said he preferred to walk, and Miss Clemmy and the children get into the car alone. And even though Miss Clemmy looked like she's going to cry, you can still see she feeling proud to have her son driving her in her car. But as they drive off, all we can hear is Ascot shouting at the children to take their dirty feet off the car seat. All right, so it's from Summer Lightning by Olive Senior. Olive Senior is a Jamaican. No, we'll just, but everything is Caribbean English Creole. All right. So, which of the following does not contribute to tension among the characters? Ascot snapping at the children, Miss Clemmy looking at Ascot as if he's a stranger, Daggerman silently angry with Ascot for snapping at the children, or Miss Clemmy feeling proud to have Ascot drive in her car. So 21, I think that one is pretty clear. It's the answer is D. It does not contribute to tension. Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound Jamaican for this one, but it's written by a Jamaican, so we just assume that it's Caribbean Creole. So 22, when Ascot says, "Come, let me take you all home," he aims to A, make Daggerman angry, B, get back to Kingston that night, C, ease the tension among the family, or D, take his mother and her other children for a drive. 22. All right, so the answer there is B. Yeah, B, because she did say, "I have to get back to Kingston tonight." 23, which of the following does not convey a communicative behavior? 23, is it Ascot snap at them, Daggerman sit on the bench outside, the children start play around the car, or D, the wife and stepfather look like they're real vexed with Ascot? 23, does not convey a communicative behavior. Right, everybody is saying C. Children start play around the car. Yes. Yeah, because Ascot snap at them is communicating something. The wife and stepfather look like they're real vexed is also communicating something. Daggerman, when he was sitting on the bench outside because he was too afraid to come near the lady. So each of those communicates something except C. The children start play around the car. So 23 would be C. All right. Yeah, 23 is C. All right, how somebody's asking, how is it C? Make as if to open the door. All right, so it asks, which of the following does not convey a communicative behavior? Does not convey. So Ascot snap, let's go through each of them. Ascot snap at them, that is conveying something. Communicative behavior is conveying a feeling of something, right? Daggerman sit on the bench outside. He sat on the bench outside because he was too afraid to come near the lady, right? That is also communicating something. Children start play around the car and make as if to open the door. I don't think when the children were playing in the car, around the car, that was necessarily communicating anything. The children weren't playing around the car to communicate anything to anybody, I think. And then the last one is saying the wife and stepfather look like they get real vexed with Ascot, right? The fact that they got vexed, that to me sounds like they're communicating something to somebody, right? So but it does not. Yeah, 23C does not. So the children start playing around the car. That doesn't look like it communicates anything to me. The others all do. So that's would have been my reason for C, and C is on the answer sheet as well. So you know, but who want can put an asterisk on it, unless anybody else disagrees that it is C. So 24, the writer's use of English Creole throughout the extract suggests all of the following, except that she A, accepts that English Creole is a broken language, B, thinks that English Creole is an authentic language, C, thinks that English Creole can be used for literary purposes, or D, accepts that English Creole is a means of communication by the people. Right? Writers' use of English Creole throughout the extract suggests all of the following, except what? A, B, C, or D. All right, so for 24, all right, 24, we have A, accepts that English Creole is a broken language. All right, A, yeah. Writers' use of English Creole suggests all the following that she accepts that, suggests all the following except that she accepts that English Creole is a broken language. All right, 25. 25. Which of the following grammatical features is not present in the first sentence of the extract? All right, let's read the first sentence again. Miss Clemmy keep on looking at Ascot as if he is stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as if he too afraid to come near the lady. And it says, which of the following grammatical features is not present in the first sentence? Is it reduplication, subject adjective structure, unmarked noun with singular meaning, or unmarked verb with past time reference? 25. Not present. Miss Clemmy keep on looking at Ascot as if he is stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as if he too afraid to come near the lady. We can say subject and adjective. So B is there. Unmarked noun with singular meaning. Yeah, stranger, as if he is stranger. That's an unmarked noun. So that's also there. Unmarked verb with past time reference. Yeah, sit on the bench. Yeah, that is also there. But we don't really see anything pertaining to reduplication. So we can say that 25 is A. All right, somebody asked what was 24. Yeah, 24 was also A, 25 is A. We'll look back at 23, but yeah, I see somebody in the chat saying that the answer is D. They have D as the official answer, but sometimes not all the answers are correct, and sometimes we have to query them. But we'll asterisk that one as well, because in my mind, C doesn't really communicate anything, but all the others look like they communicate something if we really sit down and think about it. So we're moving on to 26. Read the following extract and answer items 26 to 28. All right. Don't shout at me was all he got for his pains. Don't you deafen me. What's that the young varmint says, Maud? Mrs. Dovecat came over and got him to understand after 2 or 3 attempts. 3 pence, Maudie, he cackled. 3 pence. Did you hear that, Maud? Did you ever hear the like? I'll bet you ain't ever did. 3 pence. The lad'll have money. What I's got to sweat blood for, just to get at Megahi what's got his bread so well buttered off. On both sides, not to mention the middle. 3 pence. Ha, ha. Oh, Mardy. And he broke down once in helpless laughter. Clement went out and sat under the breadfruit tree that grew before the door, resting his back against the trunk. So it's from Uriel Narayan Singh. He's a Trinidadian author. Voyage, short stories. So which of the following types of registers is used in the dialogue? It's number 26. Is it frozen, formal, intimate, or consultative? Type of register. All right, so yeah, 26 is C. Everybody seems to have gotten that. I said 25. That's the question. As if said twice in the first sentence be seen as reduplication. It could be. It could be. I guess we'll put an asterisk on 25, but I don't really think so. When they talk about reduplication, I think they're more, like how you have Jamaican Creole and you have persons who are repeating words for emphasis. Like they will say something like, it hot, or it hot, bad outside, things like that. in my mind at least, but I can put that one down as well. So I wouldn't have said reduplication. But for 27, so we get back to this one now. 27, how might the following expressions be best classified? So 1, he cackled. 2, he broke down once in helpless laughter. 3, Clement went out and sat under the breadfruit tree. That's 27. All of those, what are those? Is it proxemics, paralanguage, verbal communication, or non-verbal communication? So that last one there should be D, not C. 27, he cackled, he broke down once in helpless laughter. Clement went out and sat under the breadfruit tree. Yeah, D. Yeah, non-verbal communication. All right, 28, which of the following are non-standard English texts? I, what eyes got sweat blood for? 2, 3 pence. 3, did you hear that, Maud? So that's 28. Is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3 only, or 1, 2, and 3? Non-standard English text. All right, so the answer there is B, 1 and 3 only. 3 pence is an English, that's standard English. What eyes got to sweat blood for? Did you hear that, Maud? So 28 is B. All right, so moving to 29 now. All right, the following best explains the meaning of the term lingua franca. Lingua franca, so that is a Latin term. So any language which is derived from French and used by African slaves, any language native to African peoples who have been transplanted, any language foreign to a speaker who moves to a new speech community, or a language used as a common means of communication by speakers whose native languages are different. So the answer there is D. Language used as a common means of communication by speakers whose native languages are different. So in Jamaica, for example, our lingua franca is English. Our native language is technically Patois. So, but our lingua franca is English. Right. So 30. To the following are examples of a language performing a social function. 1, making a request. 2, talking to oneself. 3, audio conferencing. Is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3? Number 30. All right, number 30, yeah, B. B is answer 1 and 2 only, making a request and audio conferencing. Somebody asked what was 26. Let me just go back very briefly. Which are the following types of registers used? 26 is C, intimate. All right, so we're 2/3 of the way there. We're going into the final module now. Right. So this module is speaking and writing. So a group of 10 students from McIntosh High in Jamaica are visiting Cuba to improve their knowledge of Spanish and Cuban culture. They are being hosted by students from Jose Marti High. When they return to school, they will be required to write a report on their experience. So 31 asks, which of the following contexts of communication best describes the interaction between the two groups of students? Is it intercultural, small group, interpersonal, or organizational? I'm sure everybody will agree that the answer there for 31, nobody answering 31. All right, yeah, 31 is A. All right, everybody is saying A. All right, 32. In which of the following genres will the report most likely be written? Is it 1, narrative, 2, exposition, 3, argument? So that's 1, 2, 3. Is it A, 1 and 2, B, 1 and 3, C, 2 and 3, or D, 1, 2, and 3? 32. All right, so the answer there is A. Yeah, everybody is saying A. All right. Narrative and exposition, because you're describing everything, you're showing everything, you're exposing everything. You're not really arguing to convince anybody of anything. Right, 33. While in Cuba, the students attended a seminar. The guest speaker noticed that many of the visitors seemed restless during his presentation, even though he was speaking audibly. So which of the following was not likely responsible for their restlessness? 33. He was speaking too fast. He was speaking in a monotone. He was using unfamiliar words, or he complemented his speech with projected slides. It says, which of the following is not likely responsible for his restlessness? So, anybody? 33? right, D, yeah, D is the answer. He complemented his speech with projected slides. Because we can see that the others would have hindered it, but this one, B, would have actually helped. All right, 34. So during assembly, Sally, a fifth form student, gives the following speech on the topic, why I am proud to be from the Caribbean. While she's giving her presentation, some students keep covering their mouths and snickering. However, Sally does not notice this because her eyes are glued to the paper from which she is reading. A pleasant good morning. How are you, friends and family? Let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Come on, let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Wave your hands and say, yeah, yeah. Okay, I am proud to be from the Caribbean because my parents are of African descent. The Caribbean is mostly black country, therefore most of the people are black. I am one of them. My father black, my mother black, and my brother black. We're all black. Right? Well, I mean, interest of time, I don't think I need to read it again, but we're answering 34 to 37. Which of the following is the stage of communication process at which Sally generated ideas for her speech? We're doing 34. Is it decoding, interpreting, conceptualizing, or giving feedback? The answer there, everybody says C, yeah. 35. Which of the following best explains why some students covered their mouths and glanced at one another? They identified with Sally, the presentation was too boring, they were angry at Sally's choice of words, or they were amused by Sally's choice of words. 35. D. Yeah, everybody is saying D. All right. Yeah, if we all agree on one answer, we're not going to spend too long on it. Only if we disagree, we'll speak about it at length. All right, so 36. Which of the following is not a message that Sally's lack of eye contact could be sending? She's nervous, she's well prepared, she's not articulate enough, or she did not do enough research. 36. Not a message that Sally's lack of eye contact could be sending. So, all right, everybody's saying B, and the answer there is B. All right, 37. Which of the following best describes the method of discourse in Sally's speech? It is argumentative, it's expository, it's mainly controversial, it's a mixture of narrative and argument. Best describes the method of discourse. It says, why am I proud to be from the Caribbean? C, yeah, mainly conversational, sorry. Yeah, the answer is C, it's mainly conversational. All right, so moving on to 38. All right, so everybody can see this picture. Right, so panel 1, the guy is saying, fight down Babylon, whoa, whoa, stand firm, young brethren, whoa, whoa. Panel 2 is saying, Barry, how could you listen to this? I don't understand a word. Panel 3 on the left is saying, but Dad, this song is very profound. It is saying that young men need to think for themselves and not blindly follow the established opinions of others. Panel 4, his father says, well, why didn't he say it like that? And then panel 5, his son says, then it wouldn't be a cool tune. All right, so 38. Which of the following categories of non-verbal communication are at work in this scenario? So I'm hoping that everybody can see the comic well enough. So 1, paralanguage, 2, vocalics, 3, chronemics. Non-verbal communication scenario at work. So is it 1 only, 2 only, 1 and 2, or 1 and 3? All right, 38. Everybody answering 38? Yeah, 38, everybody saying 38 is C. All right, the answer is C. Yeah, 1 and 2 on the paralanguage and vocalics. You know, chronemics, time, we're not really able to tell that from this comic. All right, 39. I'll go back up to the comic. But instead of the words used in frame 2 says, Barry, how could you listen to this? I don't understand a word. Right? What nonverbal behavior could Barry's father have used to convey the same message? Right? Is it shake his head, turn off the radio, hum under his breath, or raise his brows quizzically? Remember, he said, how could you listen to this? I don't understand a word. 39. Yeah, everybody agrees and says D. All right, 40. What barrier of communication process is the response of Barry's father highlighting in frame 2? Is it the singer's voice, the beat of the song, the lyrics of the song, or the loudness of the music? That one should be straightforward. 40 is C, the lyrics of the song. And everybody agrees. 38, yeah, 38 was also C for the person who asked. 41, if Barry had held up his hand and turned his palm toward his father when the latter asked the question, what communication function would he be engaging in? If he held up his hand and turned his palm toward his father when the latter asked his question, what communication function would he be engaging in? 41, is it regulating, reinforcing, accentuating, or contradicting? 41. All right, A. Yeah, 41 is A. 42, Barry's use of cool, the word cool in frame 5 is an example of what? In frame 5 it says, then it wouldn't be a cool tune. So is it slang, jargon, dialect, or profanity? Profanity. 42. All right, 42 is A. All right, so for everybody asking, in case we're moving too fast, I realize some persons are asking what are the answers to the questions before. I really want to give you as many questions as possible. I think the organizers will share them with you afterwards, but it's for us to go through and to discuss really what each of the papers are saying. So I'll almost finish with the first one, and then we'll jump straight into the second one and take a break after. All right, so yeah, 42 is A. So the last three questions now. Sixth form class was practicing to write expository essays. Students were exposed to various features of exposition and guidelines for producing this type of essay in an academic context. So 43 asks, a student's expository essay should typically aim to, all right, 43, A, recount experiences, B, affect the emotions, C, enlighten and instruct the reader, or D, present the writer's personal viewpoint. 43. All right, someone is asking why is 41A? Soon get back to that, but we're answering 43 right now. Sixth form class was practicing to write expository essays. Students were exposed to the various features of exposition and guidelines for producing this type of essay in an academic context. Expository. Are we recounting experiences, affecting emotions, enlightening the reader, or presenting the writer's personal viewpoint? All right, C. Yeah, 43C. 44, which of the following would be the main organizational strategy used in an expository essay on the topic types of luxury vehicles? Is it description, classification, chronological order, or comparison and contrast? 44. Types of luxury vehicles. 44. Answer is B. 45. Last one. Which of the following techniques is typically not used in exposition? Is it emotive language, facts and statistics, information from experts, or details supporting main points? Not used in an exposition. 45. 45 is A. All right. Going back to 41, somebody asked why was 41 A? Barry held up his hand and turned his palm towards his father when the latter asked his question, what communication function is he engaging in? Right, so you're holding up your palm to somebody, they're asking a question. It means that you're indicating to them that they should stop, or that they don't want to hear what you're saying, or whatever the case is. So it's of the four that are there, the most likely one would be regulating, as opposed to reinforcing, accentuating, contradicting, and so on. Right? So is everybody good with this paper? Can we move on to 2017 now? All right, so somebody is asking, could you explain 25? So the following grammatical features is not present in the first sentence of the extract. In this one, it says, keep on looking at Ascot as if he is a stranger, as if he is stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as if he too afraid to come near the lady. The following grammatical features is not present in the first sentence of the extract. Reduplication, subject, adjective structure, unmarked noun with singular meaning, unmarked verb with past time reference. Yeah, so let's go through each of them. Reduplication, we don't really see reduplication in this one. Like, I tried to use the example to say that in Creole, if we want emphasis, then we're going to, you know, repeat words. I wouldn't say it as if in this one is really constitutes reduplication. If we are unsure of the answer, we're going to choose the one that has the least evidence or the least likely to be the answer, the least likely to be true, right? So subject adjective structure, we can see that there, right? Because we can see the subjects and the adjective. Miss Clemming, you know, Daggerman sit on the bench as if he too afraid to come near the lady. Ascot as if he's stranger. Unmarked noun with singular meaning. Stranger, because right, it's unmarked, it doesn't have the preposition in front of it, or the article in front of it rather, as if he's a stranger. And unmarked verb with past time reference. Daggerman sit on the bench, right? You know, meaning he sat on the bench. He's sitting on the bench, but we didn't clarify that in English Creole. But you understand that that is what's happening here, right? So the most likely answer for 25 would have been
Yo.
yeah, I don't could be seen as reduplication. I don't really think so. To answer that question again, could the as if said twice, C, D. So I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. All right, and we're cross-referencing with the answers that we have. So, but like I said, it will be shared, so you can always go back to it and view it. So we want to move on to the next paper, and we try and have as many as possible. 2017. Answers. All right, so everybody is seeing the 2017 script, right? Number 4. All right. So it says, read the following extract at a normal pace. Do not dictate the extract for candidates to write. All right, so I'm going to read this one twice. Spring weather came on rather suddenly, the unsealing of buds that had long been swollen accomplishing itself in the space of one warm night. The rush of sap in the veins of the trees could almost be heard. The flowers of late April took up a position unseen and looked as if they had been blooming for a long while, though there had been no trace of them the day before yesterday. Birds began not to mind getting wet. Indoor people said they had heard the nightingale, to which outdoor people replied contemptuously that they had heard him a fortnight before. So that's from The Woodlanders by Thomas Hardy. So I'm going to read it again. Spring weather came on rather suddenly, the unsealing of buds that had long been swollen accomplishing itself in the space of one warm night. The rush of sap in the veins of the trees could almost be heard. The flowers of late April took up a position unseen and looked as if they had been blooming for a long while, though there had been no trace of them the day before yesterday. Birds began not to mind getting wet. So indoor people said they had heard the nightingale, to which outdoor people replied contemptuously that they had heard him a fortnight before. All right, so everybody understands that, but it's here for us to look at, so we can always go back. All right, 2017. Heard the extract twice, so we're going to answer these questions now. What is the main idea of the extract? Is it that spring is a time of tremendous beauty, birds are part of the beauty of spring, spring seems to have appeared overnight, or the spring rains make everything beautiful? Remember, spring weather came on suddenly. Flowers of late April looked as if they've been blooming for a while, and so on. What's the main idea? All right, yeah. The answer is C. One is C. Spring seems to have appeared overnight. Out of the blue, came on suddenly. Two, writer's main purpose is to show that spring comes right after winter, comment on what the birds do at springtime, convey the memorable impact of spring's arrival, or describe the beauty of the natural world during springtime. Number two. Yeah, it's C. Everybody seems to be in agreement. 2 is C. Convey the memorable impact of spring's arrival. 3. The expression the flowers of late April took up a position unseen is an example of what? Is it a metaphor, a hyperbole, alliteration, or a personification? 3. The flowers of late April took up a position unseen. Anybody? Anybody answer D? No, well, I just said the answer. All right, yeah, three is D. Yeah, all right. Remember, like I said, if there's any disagreement, then we'll pause and talk about it. If most persons are in agreement, then that's the answer we're going with based on the answers we have here. All right, number 4, what is the dominant imagery used by the writer in the extract? Is it oral, visual, tactile, or olfactory? So, oral appeals to hearing, visual, sight, tactile, touch, olfactory, smell. So based on what was said, we're looking at flowers, unsealing of buds, rush of sap. Well, dominant. There are more than one. Almost all of them are there, but we would say that the dominant one is actually B, right? Most persons are saying B. All right, somebody's asking what's the answer for number 3. Answer for number 3 is D, personification. Flowers of late April took up a position unseen. So 3 is D and 4 is B. All right, number 5, the word that best describes the mood of the passage is idyllic, somber, peaceful, or exhilarating. All right, so idyllic, means like relating to nature and peace, nature and all of that. It's very calm and serene and everything. In fact, idyllic is a word that you typically use to this nature. So the answer there for number 5 is A. All right. Yeah, so let me just go through briefly again. I realize everybody's asking. So one is, since everybody can see the questions here, 1 is C, 2 is C, 3 is D, 4 is B, 5 A. We're at number 6 now. All right. The word closest in meaning to unsealing as used in the extract. So let's go back there and see what it says. Spring weather came on rather suddenly, the unsealing of buds that had long been swollen, accomplishing itself in the space of one warm night. Unsealing of buds. So the word closest in meaning to unsealing is what? Gaping, opening, exposing, or prospering. We're at number 6 now. Anybody? I'm not seeing anybody typing in the chat. Number 6. All right. So it's opening. Unsealing is opening, which is B. Or maybe the messages are coming through delayed. Yeah, 6 is B. 7. Which of the following devices is reflected in the final sentence? The final sentence, we go back and say, indoor people said they had heard the nightingale, to which outdoor people replied contemptuously that they had heard them a fortnight before. All right. Number 7. Which of the following devices is reflected? Irony, contrast, oxymoron, or personification. All right, B, yeah, it's a contrast. Outdoor people saying that they can hear it, them hear it long time ago. Indoor people saying them just hearing it now. All right. So moving on to section B now. Section B. So read the following carefully. Answer items 8 to 11. All right. The media is filled with reports of teenagers being distracted by digital technology, and that preoccupation is affecting their schoolwork. Haldane, a sociology student, decides to investigate this phenomenon at his school, which is located in the countryside. He intends to use interviews to collect data. All right, number 8 asks, which of the following activities would Haldane need to undertake as part of his research? So 1 says talking to parents and teachers. 2, finding out how many students own digital devices. 3, choosing a sample that is representative of his school's population. So is it 1 and 2, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3 only, or 1, 2, and 3? Number 8. All right, number 8 is D. It's all of them. Which of the following activities would he need to undertake as part of his research? Talking to parents and teachers, finding out how many students own digital devices, and choosing a sample as the representative. So it's all of them. 8 is D. Number 9, which of the following would be an advantage if Haldane conducted interviews? Fastness of the procedure, the wide geographic coverage of informants, high reliability of information, in-depth nature of the information to be collected would be an advantage. Number 9. All right, everybody is saying D for number 9. Yeah, D is the answer. Persons were asking for 7. 7, the answer is B. 8 is D. All right, moving on to number 10. Haldane found an article entitled Modern Technology Causing Canadian Students to Fail. This article could be useful to his research as it is reliable and accurate, can yield sufficient data, provide secondary data, or can provide primary data. Number 10. Modern technology causing Canadian students to fail. C, yeah, everybody is saying C. Number 11, why would it be unacceptable for Haldane to apply the findings of his research to all teenagers? A, he plans to use only interviews. B, the school has more girls than boys. C, respondents might not tell the truth. Or D, the population is only students from his school. Number 11. Yeah, persons are saying D. So for number 11, yeah, the answer is D. Number 10, yeah, for number 10, the answer is C. It provides secondary data. Could be reliable and accurate, but we don't really know that. We don't have a way of testing for that. So 10 is C and 11 is D. Number 12, Miss Tricia Davis is the head of the English department at Malcolm High School. She realizes that over a 5-year period, fewer students are choosing literatures in English as an option in sixth form. She would like to research the reason for this and to put in place a program to reverse this situation. Number 12 asks, which of the following outcomes would not be achieved if Miss Davis uses school records for the past 10 years as a data source? Number 12. Is it validity, accuracy, credibility, or subjectivity? Said not be achieved if she uses school records for the past 10 years. So the answer is D. 12 is D because it won't be subjective. It will be valid, it will be accurate, it will be credible, right? All right, 13, which of the following factors can invalidate the generalization which the researcher makes from the findings? 13, right? The sample size is too large, the sample is not representative of the population, the research is carried out only in Miss Davis's school, or D, the research is conducted during the end of year examination. Invalidate. 13. All right, so I'm not seeing anybody saying the right answer. So for 13, the answer is actually B. Right? The sample is not representative of the population. It needs to be, right? It doesn't matter if it's, remember, we are concerned with Miss Davis's school, so it can't be C, right? So C is okay. B, the sample is not representative of the population. So for example, you're taking most persons from you're taking persons from 7th grade, right? But when you're trying to find out the students who are choosing lectures in English as an option for 6th one, so that sample is not representative of the population. So 13, the answer there is B, right? Everybody gets that? Right. Somebody is asking what's number 12? 12 is D and 13 is B. Does everybody understand 13? Because I didn't see anybody posting the right answer for 13. Everybody gets why it is B, that the sample size always has to represent the population. So having an incorrect sample size being represented by the population is going to invalidate the results. All right, at least one, I just need at least one person to say yes. All right, number 14. Which of the following must the researcher consider when selecting a sample? 1, the composition of the school's population. 2, the size of the school's population. 3, the accuracy of the school's data. So is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3 only, or 1, 2, and 3? Must the researcher consider when selecting a sample? 14. All right, D. One person says D. All right, the answer is D. 14 is D. All of them. Composition of the school's population, size of the school's population, accuracy of the school's data. 15. The mode of writing that Miss Davis should employ in her report is what? Narration, argument, exposition, or description? 15. 15. All right, so the answer is C. It's exposition, right? You know, she's trying to research the reason. So she's highlighting, she's trying to demonstrate, she's trying to display, she's trying to show and put in place a program to reverse the situation. So basically, she's proving something that we already know, and she's just showing the extent to which it happens. So exposition there will be the most appropriate. 15 is definitely C. All right, so we'll finish with module 1 and move on to module 2 now. All right, see, to show you the extent to which these things are repeated, you can see that we just did this one in terms of Earl Lovelace Wine of Astonishment, though with the crab and everything, right? So, but we're just gonna go through it again. We'll definitely see some more repeats in papers to come. All right, yeah, which of the following expressions contain syntactical features? I'm not telling anybody to SWAT because, you know, they can change up the order of it, but still make sure to read it and do it like what we're doing right now. Which of the following contains syntactical features common to Caribbean English Creole? So 16, we can say the answer is D, talking like Englishman. 17, what feature of Caribbean English Creole grammar is using the expression Crosby ain't telling nothing? So the answer is C, use of double negatives. 18, what attitude towards the boy is suggested by talking like Englishman, Crosby ain't telling nothing. See, is that one new, or did we do that one? I think that one isn't new, you know. So 18, we're at number 18. Jealousy, frustration, disapproval, or amusement. For 18, yeah, 18 is D, right? All right, let's go back over each of them just very quickly. 16 is D. Which of the following expressions contains syntactical features common to Caribbean English Creole? A well-educated boy. What are those things? The crab. D says talking like Englishman. Yeah, so the answer we had before was talking like Englishman. So 16 is D. 16 is D. 17, feature of Caribbean English Creole using the expression Crosby ain't tell him nothing, right? And the answer there, we're talking about 17. 17 is C, use of double negative, right? So 18, what attitude towards the boy suggested by the narrator's statement? Talking like Englishman. Crosby ain't tell him nothing, right? Is it jealousy, frustration, disapproval, or amusement? And the answer we have for 18 here. We had said C before, disapproval. They're saying that 18 is B, amusement. It says, this is the son. Dad, what are those stands there? Talking like Englishman. Crosby ain't tell him nothing. When he poke his finger in the barrel and the crab catch hold of him, he bawl, Pa, the crab, the crab. A well-educated boy, yes. Lawyer, economist, or something. So, 18, we had said, talking like Englishman, Crosby ain't tell him nothing. We did say disapproval, yeah. They're saying that amusement is the answer, but I would say disapproval. So that's why it's always good to go back over the answers again. Yeah, we did say the answer is disapproval. All right, 19. What does the extract suggest about the relationship between the boy's education and his use of language? So 19, his education influences language, education hindered by use of standard English. Speaks English Creole because he's an educated lawyer, or his education has nothing to do with the use of standard English. 19. Yeah, right. We said A. Education has influenced his language. Right. So moving on. Yeah. See, we did 20. We did 20 as well. See, the fact that they took up basically 6 or 7 questions from the last paper and put it in the paper again. So in that case, it's helpful to have 2020. We have the 2020 paper, but not all the answers are on it. But we can share the 2020 paper in any case. So I'm just going to read this one over again quickly. Because, yeah, so don't shout at me was all he got for his pains. Don't you definitely. What's that the young varmint says, Maud? Mrs. Dovecot came over and got him to understand after 2 of 3 attempts. 3 pence, Maud, he cackled. 3 pence. Did you hear that, Maud? Did you ever hear the like? I'll bet you ain't ever did. 3 pence. The lad'll have money. What I's got to sweat blood for? Just to give that mega he what's got his bread so well buttered off on both sides, not to mention the middle. 3 pence. Ha ha. Oh, Maudie. And he broke down once in helpless laughter. Clement went out and sat under the breadfruit tree that grew before the door, resting his back against the trunk. 20. Which of the following expressions contains features of non-standard English dialect? Non-standard. So 1 says, you ain't ever did. 2, what I's got to sweat blood for. 3, sat under the breadfruit tree. So you see the same extract, but they switched up a few of the questions. So it says, contains features of non-standard English dialect. Number 20. So is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3? Anybody? Number 20. Alright, so number 20 is A, 1 and 2. You ain't ever did and what I's got to sweat blood for, but sat under the breadfruit tree is fine. Alright, 21. Which of the following communicative behaviors is not present in the extract? Vocalics, chronemics, proxemics, or facial expression? 21. Well, yeah, so we can tell that vocalics is there based on, you know, how his voice sounds. You know, it tapered off or it was loud or whatever. Chronemics is also there. Proxemics is also there. You know, he went out, sat under the breadfruit tree and all of that. But facial expression, we can't tell and there's no real evidence of that. So 21 would be D. I'm seeing fewer and fewer persons answering, but 21 is definitely D. Right? 22. Which of the following registers is used in the dialogue? Casual, frozen, formal, consultative. 22. Yeah, I wanted to ask this question for this extract, right? But 22 is A, it's casual. It can't be anything else. Frozen, formal, and consultative. Not for this one. So are we all up to speed on that one? Right? We said that 20 is A, 21 is B, and 22, right, is A. Right? A, D, and A. So we can move on to the next one. Right? All right, let me repeat them again. Someone is asking 21 is B or D. All right, 21 is D, facial expression. Not seeing any facial expression, right, on any of this. So 20 is A, right? 1 and 2 only. 21 is D, facial expression, and 22 is A, right? Casual. All right, so we'll move on. 23. All right, so this one is also taken from the same extract. That's a different portion. Early Lovelace and the Wine of Astonishment. All right. Rufus had in him a passion, a kind of vexation that when he stand up before a crowd, he would get all tangled up with his words and feelings. But Rufus don't have the education. They tell this story how one night at a meeting, Rufus was talking about the cost of living. People can't eat book in this country, Rufus say. People can't eat words. What the people need is bread. B-R-E-D, bread. And Rufus, you leave out the A. Somebody called from the crowd called out to him, and Rufus correct himself. B-R-E-D-A. They tell of another time. The reporter tell Rufus that Mr. Richardson suggests that they should put more boys out in the sea to mark the area. Boys, Rufus say, big men does drown out there in the sea, and he want to put boys? No, we couldn't vote for Rufus. Who we want in the council is a man that qualify, a man with education just like the people in Britain. Ivan could really talk. Rufus was all right, but after you listen to Ivan Martin, you had to put Rufus aside. That's pretty funny. All right, so 23 asks, what purpose is language serving when it is used to judge one's level of education, as is the case with Rufus? Anybody? 23. All right, I'll soon get to that question. Read 21. But we're asking 23, what purpose is language serving when it is used to judge one's level of education, as is the case with Rufus asking for 23. All right, everybody, most persons are saying A. All right, so our answer sheet has C, political, but I don't think it is really C. I would have said A. It's social, right? And this question came in another form for another type, another prompt in a previous paper, where level of education is really a social function of language, right? So 23, official answer sheet says C, political, but I would say A. Because why I wouldn't say C? Because we've never really heard about political purpose of to say one's level of education. But then in the context, I mean, in the context, you know, they're trying to be candidates for political office, right? So would we say that language serves a political purpose? I don't know, because the focus is on level of education, you know, and that is a social thing. Everybody speaks about, you know, that more educated you are, then the better you would be for things like this. So social broadly would cover all of that, right? But we'll put a star next to it and come back to it if necessary. Official answer says C, but I would dispute. I say A as social. 24. Which of the following best shows why the narrator relates the stories about Rufus? Right, 24. So to provide some comic relief, to show that Rufus is uneducated, to show some of the mistakes that Rufus makes, or to validate the view that Rufus is competent. Yeah, like why is he telling people about the boys and the bread and what have you? What is the author? What is the narrator trying to do really? 24. Yeah, it is. They are running for an election and stuff. So 24. The answer for that is B. It's to show that Rufus is uneducated, right? You know, them ask him to spell bread, and the man said, "You leave out the A," and he said BREDA. And the boys said, he said, "No, we couldn't vote for Rufus. We need a man with education, just like people in Britain." So he's trying to show everybody that he's really dumb. So 25, which of the following sets of communicative behaviors is likely to be displayed by the people as they listen to Rufus? So we're concerned with his audience now, right? Is it A, lack of eye contact and loud cheers, B, loud cheers and thunderous applause, C, shaking heads and lack of eye contact, or D, thunderous applause and shaking heads? 25. As they listen to Rufus speak. Well, you know, to be honest, it really depends on the level of education of your audience. An intelligent audience, right, would shake their heads and have a lack of eye contact. So the answer for 25 is C, right? Somebody asked, what is 24? 24, yeah, we said 24 is B, right, to show that Rufus is uneducated, all right? And for 25, yeah, everybody's saying C, shaking heads and lack of eye contact. The person is running for political office and they don't seem to be very bright. So persons are not going to thunderous applause and loud cheers and all of that. So, right? So the answer for 25 is C. 26, so the following attitudes may be inferred about the narrator based on his account of Rufus's behaviors. 26. Right? He values education, he likes the British people, he does not like people with passion, or he was unsympathetic towards Rufus. 26. What's everybody saying? All right, most persons are saying A. Yes, the answer for 26 is A. He values education, right? He's just using the British people as an example to say like these people, but that's not really the focus. The fact is he values people being educated as putting themselves forward for political office, right? So we're finished there, 26. 27, which of the following Creole features is evident in the structure, tangled up with his words and his feelings. Let's read that back again and see where do we find it. Yeah, Rufus had in him a passion, a kind of vexation that when he stand up before the crowd, he would get all tangled up with his words and his feelings. In art, which of the following Creole features is evident in that structure. Tangle up with his words and feelings. Repetition, reduplication, unmarked present tense, or unmarked past participle. 27. All right. Anybody? 27 says D. All right. Yeah, D. Yeah, the answer is D. 27 is B. Right? Unmarked past participle. See, it says, right, he would get all tangled up with his words and feelings. Right? It's clearly something that's happening in the past. It can be A, it can be B, and it's not happening in the present. So it's B. Remember, when we said unmarked, so it didn't say things like tangled up. It doesn't expressly mention it to say that it is as we would do in standard English, but we understand that it is something that was happening in the past. He would get tangled up with his words and feelings. All right, 28. Which of the following words appropriately capture or captures the crowd's attitude towards Rufus? Is it affection, dissatisfaction, contempt? 1, 2, 3. Is it 2 only, 3 only, 1 and 2 only, or 1, 2, and 3? This is 28. Let's go back. We answered it partially when we talked about number 25, when we said that they were shaking heads and lack of eye contact, right? For 25, shaking heads and lack of eye contact. What does that really convey, right? Affection, dissatisfaction, content, or any combination of them. What's everybody saying? All right, so 28 answer is A, you know. 2 only, it's showing dissatisfaction. Right? Persons they're certainly not, definitely not affection, it's not contempt. They don't really hate him, they're just disappointed and kind of dissatisfied with what he's saying. So it can't be 1 and it can't be 3. So it's 2 only. So 28 is A. All right, everybody got that? All right, so we'll move on to 29. All right, an English Creole in the Caribbean may be defined as a language, and we complete sentence, with limited linguistic functions. B, used by the poorest people in society. C, only understood by some persons in society. Or D, developed from contact between Europeans and Africans. An English Creole in the Caribbean may be defined as a language. What's the answer? 29. All right, so in response to the person asking what is 28, 28 is A. Right, yeah, and for 29 is B. Creole, you know, Creole, it is, you know, you mix up languages from European and African. So the one that best describes 29 is D, developed from contact between Europeans and Africans. All right, 30, in which of the following expressions is the process of reduplication evident? Right, 30. I water stepsister, wagwan, chaka chaka house. Remember what I was explaining earlier when I said reduplication, how like we repeat words, like repetition. It's like we said outside hot, bad, kind of thing. So the answer here is D, chaka chaka house, right? That is an example of reduplication. All right, so finish with module 2. I'm going to the last one now, which is speaking and writing, and then when we're done, we'll take a 10-minute break. All right. So to answer 31 to 33, Mrs. Smith asked her class to prepare short presentations on the topic, why I favor Caribbean people more than any other set of persons. The students were to pretend that their audience comprised nationals of various English-speaking countries. The following is an excerpt from one student's speech. A pleasant good evening. How are you, friends and family? Let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Come on, let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Wave your hands and say bling bling. Okay, why I favor Caribbean persons is that my parents are of African descent. The Caribbean is mostly black country, therefore most of the people are black. I am one of them. My father is black, my mother black, and my brother black. We all black. Some people say I look like my father, others say my mother, but I think we all look alike. All the students struggled to hide their amusement. They tried to cover their mouths with their hands to avoid laughing out loud at her misunderstanding. Of course, the speaker did not see this as her eyes were glued to the paper from which she was reading. So you see that we met this one in the last paper, right? They're always going to repeat questions, particularly from the paper before. But they kind of added on a few more lines in this one. So we have a little more to process. Right? So which of the following best explains why the presenter's introduction would not be considered effective? Right? Not. So the audience was distracted. The focus was on entertainment. It was inappropriate for the context. It was delivered using the wrong register. This is 31. All right, somebody's saying a 15-minute break. All right, yeah, you can get 15 minutes. 31. Why would they be distracted? Why would it not be considered effective? So 31, the official answer sheet says A, the audience was distracted, right? You could say that, right? Because the fact that she had to get their attention, right? Saying, come on, let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Let me see the hands who are having a good time. And person started to respond to it like that. I'm seeing person saying B. Does anybody have any other answers? Can we see why the answer would be A? It was delivered using the wrong register. I wouldn't say so. You know, she's speaking to them very formally. You're preparing a class presentation to say why I favor Caribbean people, so I don't really think it's a wrong register. But they were clearly distracted. The fact that she had to get their attention. So I would say that the answer is A. So everybody, 31 is A. Audience was distracted. 32. At which stage of the communication process did the students giggle? Right? 32. Feedback, encoding, decoding, conceptualization. That one is pretty straightforward. The answer there is A. 32 is feedback. So 31 and 32 are both A. All right. 33. So the following best explains why the student misunderstood the question. A, she did not do enough research. B, she's weak and did not ask questions. C, she's incapable of using standard English. D, she misunderstood a key word in the topic. 33. 33. Best explains why the student misunderstood the question. All right. So 33 is D. She misunderstood a key word in the topic. It said it to avoid laughing out loud at her misunderstanding. Right? The speaker did not see this as her eyes were glued to the paper from which she was reading. Right. That's it. Got the next few questions, 34 to 38. You can't really see it well, you can't see the comic well. We're just probably going to have to skip that. If I can find it in another paper, then I will go back over it. But we're going to move on for now. So 39. The following scene shows the effects of inappropriate postings on social media. Right? By three persons. Read it carefully, then answer item 39. One person says, unemployable due to stupid personal stuff I put on my Facebook page. The next person says, me too. The person next to her says, for me, it was an embarrassing YouTube video. Right? So 39. 39. Which of the following is the result of the inappropriate use of social media by the characters? Is it loss of family time, delayed response from employers, damage to the characters' reputations, or access by future employers to the internet? It says the result of inappropriate use of social media. What happened to them? A, B, C, or D? Yeah, C's answer. Damage to the character's reputations. At 40 to 42. I hope everybody can see this. Advertisement says, want to lose weight? Don't wait. Use Slims. No regrets. Results in 90 days. Slims a day keeps the fat away. Available at all pharmacies. All right, so 40. Which of the following language techniques is not used in the advertisement? Pun, sarcasm, repetition, or rhetorical question? Number 40. All right, so what's everybody saying? C? B? All right, people are saying B. Yeah, pun is there. You know, don't wait. You know, sarcasm is not there. Repetition is there. Slims is being repeated. Rhetorical question, want to lose weight. So the answer is B. 40 is B. All right, just repeating it. so that everybody can hear. 41, the main function of the first line of the advertisement is to what? Capture the reader's attention, introduce the advertisement, help the reader to lose weight, or encourage the reader to respond. 41. So some answers. A. All right. Yeah, so just to repeat, 34 to 38 was skipped out because it's not visible on this, right? So 41 is A, to capture the reader's attention. 42, slims a day keeps the fat away is an example of which of the following language techniques? 42, simile, rhyme, repetition, or personification. That one is straightforward. 42, answer is B, rhyme. Right? All right, so 43. So you are asked to speak to a group of 20 kindergarten children on the topic of environmental cleanliness. 43 asks, which of the following will be the most appropriate way to share your information with your audience? Is it a panel discussion, animation and speech, televised documentary, or a PowerPoint presentation? Remember, 20 kindergarten children on the topic of environmental cleanliness. What would be the most appropriate one? So 43. So 43 is B. Everybody is saying B. 44. Which of the following is the correct sequence that a presenter should follow to successfully complete the communication process? A. Encoding the message, selecting the channel, selecting audience, disseminating message. B. Encoding the message, transmitting the message, selecting channel, disseminating message. C. Conceiving the message, encoding the message, selecting the channel, disseminating the message. Or D. Conceiving the message, interpreting the feedback, selecting audience, disseminating the message. Remember, correct sequence, 44. Everybody is saying C, conceiving the message, encoding the message, selecting the channel, and disseminating the message. That's it. 44 is C. 45, which of the following is not a feature of exposition? Not. Right? Use of emotive language, use of supporting details, use of information from experts, use of facts and relevant statistics. 45. A, use of emotive language. All right. So yeah, that's it for 2017, and we're going to take a break. It's now, what's that, 3 o'clock? So we're going to come back at 3:15, and we're going to move on to 2018 and 2019. All right. All right. So someone is asking, what was 39? 39. The following is the result of inappropriate use of social media by the characters. And says C, damage to the character's reputation. See, they're unemployable due to stupid personal stuff they put on the Facebook page. The other person says yes, her too, for her. The other guy was an embarrassing YouTube video. All right, so 39 is C. All right, so we're gonna take a break. All right. So are we back? Or most of us at least? Everybody is hearing me, right? And you can see the screen when I share it.
Yes, sir.
All right. I see 18 of us. I'm sure we had as much as 25. Maybe I'll give it another minute, probably. All right, so we're ready. See, 21 of us are here now. I guess if there is anybody outstanding, they'll join us pretty soon. But we need to start. We want to finish these two. So we're doing 2018 and 2019. And then we wrap up a little bit after 5. So we're starting with 2018's paper. I have the examiner's written in front of me. And this is the extract that I'm going to read for the first 7 questions. All right. All right. So the living room would be a comfortable and well-ordered room if it were not for a number of indestructible contradictions to this state of being. Its furnishing are typical and undistinguished, and their primary features now is that they have clearly had to communicate the living of too many people, had to accommodate the living of too many people for too many years, and they are tired. Still, we can see that at some time, a time probably no longer remembered by the family, except perhaps for Mama, the furnishings of this room were actually selected with care and love and even hope, and brought to this apartment and arranged with taste and pride. That was a long time ago. Now the once loved pattern of the couch upholstery has to fight to show itself under acres of crotchety doilies and couch covers which have themselves finally come to be more important than the upholstery. And here a table or a chair has been moved to disguise the worn places in the carpet. But the carpet has fought back by showing its weariness, with its depressing uniformity elsewhere on the surface. Weariness has, in fact, won this room. Everything has been polished, washed, sat on, used, scrubbed too often. All pretenses but living itself have long since vanished from the very atmosphere of this room. And that's from A Raisin in the Sun, which is a play written by Lorraine Hansberry. So I'm going to read it again. I'm going to read it again, and then we can move straight into the questions. So the living room would be a comfortable and well-ordered room if it were not for a number of indestructible contradictions to this state of being. Its furnishing are typical and undistinguished, and their primary features now is that they have clearly had to communicate the living of I keep saying communicate, the living of too many people for too many years, and they are tired. Still, we can see that at some time, a time probably no longer remembered by the family, except perhaps for Mama, the furnishings of this room were actually selected with care and love and even hope, and brought to this apartment and arranged with taste and pride. That was a long time ago. Now the once loved pattern of the couch upholstery has to fight to show itself under acres of crotchety doilies and couch covers, which have themselves finally come to be more important than the upholstery. And here a table or a chair has been moved to disguise the worn places in the carpet, but the carpet has fought back by showing its weariness, with depressing uniformity elsewhere on its surface. Weariness has in fact won in this room. Everything has been polished, washed, sat on, used, scrubbed too often. All pretenses but living itself have long since vanished from the very atmosphere of this room. All right? So everybody gets the gist of what he's saying, but we have it in case we need to go back. So we're going to start with question 1. Which of the following best captures the main concern conveyed in the extract? Is it A, the durability of the living room furnishings, B, the pride that can result from preserving family heirlooms, C, the decline and exhaustion which is a consequence of living, or D, the dreams and aspirations of the family who inhabited the room? So what's the answer for number 1? All right, so the first answer I see here is C. Anybody else agrees that it is C? No? All right, well, the answer is C. As I was reading it, the durability of the living room furnishings, pride that can result from preserving family heirlooms, decline and exhaustion, which is a consequence of living, dreams and aspirations of the family who inhabited the room. Not seeing the screen? Oh, all right, I read it. I don't know why it stopped sharing. Persons can't see the screen. Why is that? I don't know why that's happening. Nobody is seeing the screen. All right, is everybody seeing it? No. All right. Yeah. I guess were you able to see when the extract itself when I was reading it? If you weren't, then I would have to read it again so that you can look at it when I'm reading it. Okay, so you saw the extract, but you didn't see the other thing. All right, so you're seeing the questions now, right? You're all seeing the questions right now. Before I switch back on. All right, good. All right, so all right, now that that's sorted out. So which of the following best captures the main concern conveyed in the extract? Durability of the living room furnishings, pride that can result from preserving family heirlooms, decline and exhaustion which is a consequence of living, or dreams and aspirations of the family who inhabited the room. All right, C. So everybody is saying C. The answer is C. All right, number 2, the expression indestructible contradictions as used in the extract best suggests that the room was a contradictory place to be. B, the room and its furnishings were indestructible. C, changes in the room over the years could not be contradicted. Or D, the difference between the room's appearance and reality could not be ignored. Indestructible contradictions. So we go back to the extract, and indestructible contradictions is where now? The living room would be a comfortable and well-ordered room if it were not for a number of indestructible contradictions to this state of being. Furnishing are typical and undistinguished. Primary features know that they have clearly had to accommodate the living of too many people for too many years. So the answer for number 2, what's everybody saying? D. Anybody has an answer? Has any other answer, or agrees or disagrees? For number 2, difference between the room's appearance and reality could not be ignored. All right, so the answer for 2 is D. Everybody gets that? Yes, no? 2 is D. So 1 is C, 2 is D. All right, number 3, which of the following literary devices are mainly used in the extract? Is it metaphor and paradox, metaphor and contrast, personification and paradox, or contrast and personification? 3, literary devices mainly used in the extract. All right, 3 is D, contrast and personification. All right, we saw the contrast earlier, and the personification comes from a lot of different places. So the carpet fought back, right? Everything has long since vanished. You're looking at other parts like have finally come to be more important than upholstery and so on, right? Depressing uniformity, etc., etc. So we can see that contrast and personification are the 2 main things that are used in this. So the answer is D. All right. So number 4, Mama is perhaps the only member of the family to remember the furnishings as they were at some time in the past, because why? She's the most observant member of the family. She's the only one to clean and care for them. She might have selected and arranged them in the room, or is the only one who knows how the family's fortune had declined. Number 4. See where it says, still we can see that at some time, a time probably no longer remembered by the family, except perhaps for Mama, the furnishings of this room were actually selected with care and love and even hope. So what's the answer for 4? C. All right, everybody says C. Number 5. The pervading mood of the room in the extract is one of A, decline and hope, B, decay and decline, C, optimism mixed with despair, or D, disappointment mixed with hope. Number 5. All right, I'm seeing B. Anybody else says B? All right, so the answer is B. It's decay and decline. Right? We see that it's evident in so many other places. They are tired. The upholstery has had to fight on the acres of that carpet, fought back, depressing uniformity. There's so much evidence to suggest that it is in fact B for number 5, right? So we move on. Number 6, the expression show itself under acres of crotcheted doilies and couch covers is an example of what? Number 6, irony, hyperbole, comparison, juxtaposition. Under acres of crotcheted doilies. What are they saying? B, hyperbole, yes. I mean, acres, it's clearly an exaggeration. All right, number 7. The writer's attitude towards the room indicates a sense of what? Muted admiration, concerned despair, triumphal optimism, or careless indifference. Number 7. All right, B. Yeah, somebody's asking 5 and 6. 5 and 6 are both B. All right. And number 7 is also B, concern, despair. So the last 3, 5, 6, and 7 are all B. Okay. Pervading mood of the room is decay and decline. The expression show itself under acres of crotcheted doilies is a hyperbole. And number 7, writer's attitude towards the room indicates a sense of concerned despair. Number 7, all right, is B. All of them are B. All right. Yeah, number 3 is D. All right, so we're moving on to section B. All right, a news report indicates that citizens have been buying foreign used cars rather than new ones. Your 6th form class has decided to conduct research to find out which cars people prefer. Number 8 says, which of the following is the most appropriate method for collecting the data? Is it inquiry, checklist, discussion, or a questionnaire? News report indicates that citizens have been buying foreign used cars rather than new ones. 6th form class decided to conduct research to find out which cars people prefer. So number 8. Which one is the most preferred? D, all right? Everybody's saying D, questionnaire, that's right. Number 9, which of the following does not reflect how an interview might be administered for this research? A, sending an email to a manager. B, taking note of certified vehicles. C, talking with a contact over the phone. Or D, discussing preferences with customers. Does not reflect how an interview might be administered. Number 9. B, that's correct. All right, number 10, which of the following is a reliable secondary source of data for the research? Licensing officers, newspaper articles, consumers buying the cars, or managers of car sales companies? We're looking for secondary sources of data, right? Which one? Number 10. B? All right, everybody is saying B. Good. All right, number 11. Government records of motor vehicles ownership can save the researchers time and effort as what? They can be located online, They can be copied and studied later. They are signed by licensing officers, or they give precise data on what occurred. Number 11. All right, D is the answer. Give precise data on what occurred. We wish they could be located online. Could never be no. Yeah. And number 12. So we're reading this extract. At a recent meeting with the principal of Mansfield High School, the Ministry of Education revealed that a check of the most recent census documents shows that some senior students of the school have been irregularly attending classes. Ministry decided to hire a research company to investigate the likely reasons for the students' irregular attendance. So we spoke upon this already in one of the other papers. So you see that they repeat at least one section. All right, so number 12. Which of the following must the research company consider when selecting a sample? Accuracy of the census documents, average number of respondents, how well it represents the population, or how knowledgeable the respondents are. Number 12. C, right? Number 12 is C. Number 13, if the research company used observation as a method of collecting data, which of the following would be an advantage? Predicting the behavior to be observed, directly witnessing the behavior of participants, spending an extended period of time collecting data, or participants changing their behavior while being observed. 13. All right, everybody's saying B. Yeah, 13 is B. 14, if the research company only collected data in the morning, which of the following would be adversely affected? It's pretty easy to remember. Validity, time spent in the field, or access to informants. Number 14. And all of them, validity, time spent in the field, and access to information. So 14 is D. All right, everybody is on the same page. 15, which of the following URL is least likely to provide credible information? .edu, .gov, .com, .org. 15. All right, 15 is C. Good. Everybody finished that module very well. All right, 16 to 18. So read the following dialogue and answer item 16 to 18. Paul says, "Good morning, everyone. How are you today?" Samantha replies, "Good, Paul, although my foot bottom a hurt me." Brian says, "Me no feel good because Paul ever tried chat hoity-toity, speaky spokey to me, and me no like it." Paul says, "Brian, I do not understand. We are all educated, so we should be speaking Caribbean Standard English and not some broken language." Samantha says, "Yes, me educated, but when me a chat to my friend them, when I have to use Caribbean Standard English. After all, me nah do interview." Brian says, "True, Samantha, plus me nah speak no broken language. I am speaking Caribbean Creole English." All right, it's pretty interesting. Number 16, when Brian accuses Paul of speaking hoity-toity in line 3, Brian is suggesting to Paul that Paul is using language to what? Assert authority, show sophistication, make social commentary, or discriminate against others. 16. Yeah, it's B. 16 is B. He's trying to show sophistication. 17, which of the following factors would affect dialectal varieties used by the various speakers in the scenario? Is it audience, occasion? Well, 1 is audience, 2 occasion, 3 purpose. So is it A, 1 and 2 only, B, 1 and 3 only, C, 2 and 3 only, or D, all of them? Which of the following factors would affect dialectal varieties used by the various speakers? So dialectal varieties is just saying, are we going to use standard English or Creole or a mixture of both? Or we switch between the two of them? Which one? So what's going to affect it? Number 17. Audience, occasion, purpose. All right, everybody's saying D. Yeah, D is the answer. It's all of them. Audience, occasion, and purpose. 18, which of the speakers advocates using language as identification? So is it A, Paul and Brian, B, Paul and Samantha, C, Samantha and Brian, or D, Paul, Samantha, and Brian? of the following speakers advocates using language as identification? 18. All right, so the answer is A. It's Paul and Brian. So Paul, he's saying we should be speaking Caribbean Standard English, and Brian is saying, but I am speaking Caribbean Creole English. So it's based on what they're using language to do as a method, as a means of identification. So 18 is A, right? Okay. 19. Which of the following Creole features is evident in the structure tangle up with his words and feelings? So we got that from another excerpt. They just put it as a standalone question right here, right? So is it repetition, serial verbs, unmarked tense, or reduplication? 19. C, right? Yeah, unmarked tense, right? Tangle up with his words and feelings, and it's an unmarked past participle. Sorry. 20. When a speaker changes his language use between Caribbean Standard English and Creole English during a conversation, he is said to be doing what? Code switching, Creole switching, dialect switching, language switching. It's pretty straightforward. 20 is A. All right. Yeah. I saw somebody asked a question. Let me scroll back up. Well, let me try to scroll back up. I'm not seeing it. But yeah, 20 is A. All right, 21. That's it. That's it. 21. Here, 21 to 24. Maybe if I find it in another paper, I'll come back to it. So we have to skip that. 25. Who wants 25? Okay, which of the following statements best explains the meaning of the term lingua franca? You can see the options without me reading it, and we remember this question also repeated. So lingua franca. So in case we didn't see it, so we're skipping 21 to 24, and we'll move straight to 25. So we're doing 25 right now. All right. I see everybody is asking questions. Why not? All right. Maybe when I finish this set, I'll go back over those. But 25. So lingua franca is a common language used in dialogue by persons with different native languages. So 25 is C. All right. 26, an English Creole may be defined as a language, and all three of these questions are repeated, so we know the answers to them already. So language with limited linguistic functions, 26, or used by the poorest people in society, or only understood by some persons in the society, or developed from contact between European and African languages, 26. Yeah, 26. 26 is D, developed from contact between European and African languages. All right. Yeah, 26 is D. 27, in which of the following expressions is the process of reduplication evident? Stepsister, eye water, wagwan, chaka chaka house. All right, yeah, 27 is D. All right, we'll move on. 28. 28, okay. The following conversation about a funeral service took place between two persons in a shoe store in Jamaica. Read it carefully, then answer items 28 to 30. So Percy says, I can't believe that Mavis gone, but I'm really glad she had a great funeral. Mildred says, the kids and grandkids came from foreign for the funeral. Percy says, yes, ma'am. One of them talks so nice, like the people in the television shows, but the other one Poor Mavis must be spinning in her grave. Mildred asks, what you mean? Percy says, well, I couldn't understand a thing he was saying during the eulogy he was giving. All I could hear was I and I this and I that. He should know that people don't talk so in church. All right. We assume that person is probably by their use of I and I that they are maybe of the Rastafarian faith. So 28 says, ask, what does Percy's statement, he should know that people don't talk so in church, suggest? 28. Is it Mavis's grandson is disrespectful in church? Percy does not like Mavis's grandson. Context is critical to the choice of code, or Christians speak differently from others. 28. All right, everybody's saying C. C's answer. 29. From Percy's statements, what are the two varieties of language most likely spoken by Mavis's grandchildren? A. Jamaican English and English Creole. B. Rastafarian English and English Creole. C. Television English and Rastafarian English. D. Standard English and Rastafarian English. 29. See, we were saying, see, what are the two varieties of language most likely spoken by Mavis's grandchildren? We know that Rastafarian is one of them. All right, D, everybody is saying D, Standard English and Rastafarian English. Yes. Yeah. The first one was speaking a very, very, very good English. The other person is speaking language that is more Rastafarian. Why not C? Television English and Rastafarian English. All right, so Percy says one of them talks so nice like the people in the television shows, but the other one, poor Mavis, must be spinning in her grave. All right, the official answer sheet says C, Television English and Rastafarian English, but we can't really say that television English is a variety of language, because what does that mean exactly, right? What does television English mean? But we know that the person is speaking standard English, right? They are speaking very well, but they're just using a comparison to say that they speak like people in the television shows, but that's not exactly how they're speaking. We don't know what that sounds like. We just know that the standard English and just resembles what happens in television. It could be a university lecturer speaking, it could be anything, but we know that it is standard English. But the other one is sure Rastafarian English. So the official answer says C, but I don't see why it wouldn't be D. We know that some of these answers can be incorrect sometimes, so that's why swatting is never a good thing. It's always the best to go through. Yeah, like television English, I don't think that's really a real thing. They're just using that as a comparison. It's clear that from what we're saying that they're speaking standard English, and they just use television as an example. Right? There's no variety of language that's television English, right? So 30, which of the following technological devices might not help to enhance the delivery of the eulogy? Is that camera, a microphone, musical accompaniment, drums, or a projected slide presentation? Remember, might not help, not help. Camera, microphone, musical accompaniment, projected slide. Right, some persons are saying C, some persons are saying D. Remember I said might not help, you know. So to enhance the delivery of the eulogy, we're saying not, right? So I don't see why a projected slide wouldn't help. I think that would help. I think musical accompaniment would also help, so that it's not dreary and boring and drudgery like. A microphone, you have to speak into the microphone. But what about a camera? How is a camera going to help, right? So the answer is A. Camera. The others would help. Camera wouldn't really help. Right, moving on, 31. And this is also a repeated question. 10 students from McIntosh High in Jamaica are visiting Cuba to improve their knowledge of Spanish and Cuban culture. They're being hosted by students from Jose Marti High. When the students return to school in Jamaica, they'll be required to write a report on their experience. Which of the following context of communication best describes the interaction between the two groups of students? Public, intercultural, interpersonal, organizational. All right, yeah, B, intercultural. 32. Which of the following genres would the report most likely be written? Narrative, exposition, or argument? Well, 1, 2, 3. Is it 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3? 32. A. Yeah, 32 is A. 33. While in Cuba, the students attended a seminar. Guest speaker noticed that many of the visitors seemed restless during his presentation, even though he was speaking audibly. Which of the following was not likely responsible for their restlessness? A. He was speaking too fast. B. He was speaking in a monotone. C. He was using many unfamiliar words. Or D. He complemented his speech with projected slides. 33. All right, yeah, 33 is B. That would help his communication, not cause them to be restless. All right, so moving on to 34. Again, this question has come back again so much times. The thing about Sally and the Caribbean, why am I proud to be from the Caribbean kind of thing. But we're still gonna go through it. During assembly, Sally, a fifth form student, gives the following speech on the topic, why I am proud to be from the Caribbean. She's giving a presentation. Some students are covering their mouths and snickering. Sally doesn't notice because her eyes are glued on the paper. She says, a pleasant good morning. How are you, friends and family? Let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Come on, let me see the hands of those who are having a good time. Wave your hands and say, yeah, yeah. Okay, I am proud to be from the Caribbean because my parents are of African descent. Caribbean is mostly black country, therefore most of the people are black. I am one of them. My father is black, my mother black, and my brother black. We all black. All right. So 34. Again, we've seen this question so many times. At what stage of the communication process does Sally generate ideas for her speech? Decoding, interpreting, conceptualizing, or giving feedback. 34. All right. Somebody asked, what is 32? 32 is A, right? Narrative and exposition. 1 and 2 only. A. 34. 34. What stage of the communication process does Sally generate ideas for her speech? Right? And the answer for 34 is C. All right, let me go back to 30. 32, that's 32 is A. 33 is D. We're at 34. No, 34 says C, conceptualizing. All right. 35. Which of the following best explains why some students were covering their mouths and snickering? So is it that they identified with Sally, the presentation was too boring, they were angry at Sally's choice of words, or they were amused by Sally's choice of words? 35. I don't know if the messages are coming. All right, we're at 35 now. Right? And what they're answering, which of the following best explains why some students are covering their mouths and snickering? They identified with Sally's presentation was too boring, they were angry at Sally's choice of words, or they were amused by Sally's choice of words. 35. All right, one person answered 35. 35 is B. But those what it just always read it. Yeah, they were amused by Sally's choice of words, but we can remember it. 36, which of the following messages is being sent by Sally's lack of eye contact? She's nervous, she's well prepared, she's articulate enough, or she did enough research. That one should be straightforward. 36 is A. All right? She's nervous. Everybody says A. 37. Which of the following best describes the type of discourse in Sally's speech? It's argumentative, it's It's expository, it's conversational, it's a mixture of narrative and argument. 37. Somebody's asking what's 35. 35 is D. 36 is A. We're at 37 now, right? 37. To the following best describes the type of discourse in Sally's speech. 37. All right, it's actually C. It's conversational. All right, 37 C. Conversational. Right, she's having a conversation with them, basically. Right? She's saying, "Why am I proud to be from the Caribbean?" And she's having a discussion. So 37 is C. All right. So moving on to 38. Again, we saw this one again. It came back again. About Barry saying, "Fight down Babylon, whoa, whoa, stand firm." His father saying, "Barry, how could you listen to this? I don't understand a word." He's saying, "Oh, but Dad, the song is profound. It's saying young people need to think for themselves." His father said, "Why didn't he say it like that?" Barry says, "Then it wouldn't be a cool tune." All right, 38. What barrier to the communication process is highlighted in the response of Barry's father in frame 2? The singer's voice, the beat of the song, the lyrics of the song, or the loudness of the music? 38. Answer is C. So the lyrics, he's saying he doesn't understand a word, so the words are speaking about the lyrics. So 38 is C. 39. Instead of the words used in frame 2, what non-verbal behavior could Barry's father have used to convey the same message? Right? Remember, he doesn't understand what the song is saying. He doesn't understand the words. So is it shake his head, turn off the radio, hum under his breath, or raise his brows quizzically? 39. D. 39 is D. All right, 37 is, somebody's asking what's 37. 37 is C. 38, right? 38 is also C. And 39 is D. All right, 40. Barry's use of the word cool in frame 5 is an example of what? 40. A, right? Yeah, slang, right? A. So 40, 41, 42. Right. 41. So we're reading this situation. There is an election campaign being run for a recently vacant parliamentary seat. Candidates are willing and able to use every means at their disposal to win widespread support of the voting public. 41 asks, which of the following features of non-verbal communication would candidates be least likely to display when giving speeches to supporters in a public space? Which of the following non-verbal communication would candidates be least likely to display when giving speeches to supporters in a public space? 41. Waving hands in the air, shouting at the audience, embracing a close family member, or smiling at the women in the audience? Least. 41. Right, everybody has different answers. C, D, and B. Right. So the official answer sheet, it says B, shouting at the audience. Right. We're likely to see them waving hands in the air, embracing a close family member. Yeah, sometimes they bring a family on stage, so that does happen. Smiling at the women in the audience, the men do that. Shouting at the audience. Yeah, I don't think they really want to shout at them. They are talking to them. They are having their voice low, but shouting at them. Remember, it says least likely. I guess, he's talking to them. They don't always show. They want you to actually understand the message. So I guess I agree with B on the answer sheet. So B, shouting at the audience. 42, which of the following verbal communication elements can help the candidates to effectively get their message to the voting population? It says verbal communication. Is it statistics and sarcasm, party slogans and emotive language, rhetorical questions and party symbols, or public service announcements and flyers? 42. Verbal communication. All right, most persons are saying D. The answer is D, because they're spreading out flyers and them having public service announcements and they have their town crier and whatever. So that is all verbal communication. That wouldn't have a very far reach. All right, so last few questions on 43. Students' expository essay should typically aim to do what? Affect the emotions, recount experiences, enlighten and instruct the reader, or present the writer's personal viewpoint? 43. It's expository. Remember, expository essay. All right, most persons are saying C for 43. Someone is asking for 42, what was the answer? The answer for 42 was D, right? 42 was D. And 43 is C. 44, which of the following would be the main organizational strategy used in an expository essay on the topic types of luxury vehicles? Main organizational strategy for 44. Description, classification, chronological order, or comparison and contrast. All right, everybody's saying B. The answer is B, classification. 45, which of the following elements is typically not used in exposition? Is it emotive language, facts and statistics, information from experts, or details supporting main points? 45. Yeah, everybody's saying A for 45. Yeah, the answer is A. All right. Yeah, somebody's asking if I skipped 21 to 24. Yeah, I did, because it's not showing well enough. You can't read 21 to 24 on this. See, it's very blurry and stuff. So yes, hopefully it comes back in another paper. If I find another copy, I'll probably bring it up. But so we're finished with 2018. And we're going to move to 2019 very shortly. Right, so here is the extract that we're going to read. So just so everybody can read along with me. So you're lucky that you're able to see the exam. You wouldn't. All right, so we're gonna jump straight into this. Yesterday afternoon, set in misty and cold, I had half a mind to spend it by my study fire instead of wading through heath and mud to Wuthering Heights on coming up from dinner. However, NB, I dined between 12 and 1 o'clock. The housekeeper, a matronly lady taken as a fixture along with the house, could not or would not comprehend my request that I be served at 5. On mounting the stairs with this lazy intention and stepping into the room, I saw a servant girl on her knees, surrounded by brushes and coal scuttles, and raising an infernal dust as she extinguished the flames with heaps of cinders. This spectacle drove me back immediately. I took my hat and after a 4 miles walk, arrived at Heathcliff's garden gate just in time to escape the first feathery flakes of a snow shower. And that's taken from Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. It's a very long, old-time English book story. All right, so let me read it again. Yesterday afternoon, set in misty and cold, I had half a mind to spend it by my study fire instead of wading through heath and mud to Wuthering Heights. On coming up from dinner, however, and then this is read as a separate sentence in the middle, I dined between 12 and 1 o'clock. The housekeeper, a matronly lady taken as a fixture along with the house, could not or would not comprehend my request that I might be served at 5. On mounting the stairs with this lazy intention and stepping into the room, I saw a servant girl on her knees surrounded by brushes and coal scuttles and raising an infernal dust as she extinguished the flames with heaps of cinders. This spectacle drove me back immediately. I took my hat and after a 4 miles walk arrived at Heathcliff's garden gate just in time to escape the first feathery flakes of a snow shower. All right, so we're gonna jump straight into the question. Number one, which of the following best describes the speaker's dominant emotional state throughout the episode described in the extract? Is it relief, disgust, indifference, or conflictedness? Number one. Everybody following me, right? You all saw the extract and seeing the questions? Which of the following best describes the speaker's dominant emotional state throughout the episode described in the extract? All right, I'm seeing C, indifference. No, C isn't the answer according to the official answer sheet. Neither is B. B isn't the answer either. Discussed. The answer is actually, according to the sheet, it says D, conflictedness. Right? Remember, she said she had half a mind to spend it by her studying her study fire instead of wading through heat and mud, right? But as soon as she came up from dinner, right, she saw the girl cleaning the floor, and then she drove her back immediately, and then she changed her mind basically, right, to go. So she was conflicted, right, about what to do exactly, and then ended up doing the thing that she said she wasn't going to do, right? So the answer there is D, and everybody understands that she was conflictedness, right? This is 2019 paper, all right? So number two, the use of the expression wading through heat and mud suggests that the speaker relishes the idea, is excited about the idea, looks forward to the idea, or is ambivalent about the idea. Wading through heat and mud. Right? She said that at the beginning. Right? Instead of wading through heat and mud to Wuthering Heights. All right, so 2 is similar to 1. The answer there is D. Ambivalent is basically like the same meaning as conflicted. So she was ambivalent about the idea. So the answer is B. Number 3, which of the following effects result from the speaker's inclusion of the expression NB, I dine between 12 and 1 o'clock? 1 says qualifying what is being said. 2, suggesting deliberation in thought. Or 3, suggesting he's a good communicator. Right? Number 3. Is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3 only, 2 and 3 only, or 1, 2, and 3? All right, so just to repeat, 1 is D and 2 is also D. 3 is A, right? 1 and 2 only. So that long piece in the middle that says I dine between 12 and 1 o'clock, etc., could not comprehend my request that I be served at 5. That is indicative really of qualifying what was said, meaning to say, why is she having dinner at 12 at that moment instead of later in the evening? So 1 is there, and 2 suggesting deliberation in thought, right? So she was thinking, right? She had a train of thought that she was being narrated on coming up from dinner, however, And then she kind of diverted to this part that says, I dine between so on and so forth, and etc., comprehend my request that I might be served at 5. She deliberately did that, right? And then jumped back into it by saying, on mounting the stairs with lazy intention and stepping into the room, so on and so forth. So three is A, all right? 1 and 2 only. Everybody gets that? All right, so let me repeat again. 1 is D, 2 is also D, and 3 is A, all right? D, D, A, 1, 2, and 3, all right? So number 4, the expression taken as a fixture along with the house suggests that the housekeeper A belonged in the house, B had a fixed place and position, C could be relied on to keep things in order, or D had been retained when he became owner. Number 4. All right, yeah. Somebody says D, the answer is D for number 4. Right, had been retained when he became owner. It says that he's a fixture in the house, basically. So the person clearly belonged to the previous person and was there before the person was there. And so they remained when this person took over the house. So the answer for 4 is D. 5, which of the following best captures the associations which the speaker wished to convey by his use of the term raising an infernal dust? Right? Let's go back to what it says. It says, I saw a servant girl on her knees surrounded by brushes and coal scuttles and raising an infernal dust as she extinguished the flames with heaps of cinders. Right? It says, which of the following best captures the associations which the speaker wished to convey by his use of the term raising an infernal dust? Stifling heat and light, offensive noise and heat, confounding noise and light, or irritating heat, noise, and light. Number 5. All right, number 4 is D, right? Had been retained when he became owner. Taken as a fixture along with the house, had been retained when he became owner. Number 4 is D. Number 5 is also D. I don't see many persons answering 4 and 5. I think I only see one person answering. Is everybody understanding? If most persons aren't understanding, then, we can't really move on too far. So does everybody, I know that this is probably a very difficult passage to analyze, but I don't see many persons answering. So we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so far. We said that 1 is D, 2 is D, 3 is A, 4 is D, and now we're at 5, and we said that 5 is D, right? Raising an infernal dust. Is everybody understanding? Right? It's a bit tough because it's old English. Yeah, Wuthering Heights is a book written long time in the 1700s, 1800s. So it is difficult to analyze. Those passages will occur, but I need to know if most persons are understanding. So like raising an infernal dust. Let me go back to the actual thing. See? So it says, I saw a servant girl on her knees surrounded by brushes and coal scuttles and raising an infernal dust as she extinguished the flames with heaps of cinders. Why is the answer D? So we can see, she's at a, it's clear that she's at one of those indoor fireplaces and she's cleaning around it and in it, so an infernal dust, right? Extinguished flames with heaps of cinders. So we see and we ask, which of the following best captures the associations which the speaker wished to convey raising an infernal dust? So there was heat, irritating heat and noise and light that is coming from all of that process of cleaning the thing, right? So everybody understands what's happening here, right? we can see why 5 is D. The passage is basically saying this person, right, they were indecisive about what to do with their time. Should they go by their study fire, see their study fire, and instead of wading through heath and mud to Wuthering Heights? So go home or go out. The person eventually stayed at home, right? They had dinner early. They went upstairs. They found the person cleaning the thing, and they were causing a bag of noise and heat and dust and what have you. So the person left and gone about their business, and they were doing what they initially thought to do, but then decided to come back home instead. Right? So everybody is getting that from the passage. All right, so we can see why 5 is D. So we'll move on to number 6. The speaker's use of the word spectacle suggests what? Suggests that the servant girl was visually attractive, the servant girl's behavior was dramatic, the entire episode of cleaning the fireplace was overdone, or the entire episode of cleaning the fireplace was unnecessary. Number 6, spectacle, right? This spectacle drove me back immediately, right? The whole thing added up to a spectacle. So what is 6? All right, C. Yeah, 6 is C. So the person, they overdid it, right? In the end, it was clean, right? But they were really doing the most, so they called it a spectacle, right? 7, which of the following literary devices is not used in the extract? Not. Simile, contrast, sarcasm, metaphor. And look for each of them. All right, we're at number 7. Number 6 was C. Number 6 is C. Number 7, which of the following literary devices is not used in the extract? Number 7. Simile, contrast, sarcasm, metaphor. All right, so let's try and find each of them. A simile, right? We're looking for anything with like or as. Um, Simile. Anybody see any similes in this entire thing? You can take a moment to read it. I know it's difficult. This was the most difficult one that we did today. All right, 7 persons are saying C. All right, C, which is sarcasm, and we don't really see, based on reading this, we can't pick up any sarcasm, but we can pick up metaphors, right? Yeah, there are metaphors in there. Heath and mud, first feathery flakes, and all of that. Contrast. Yeah, she contrasted the thing between misty and cold, but study and fire. So that's also there. So B is there, D is there. Simile, well, you know, you don't have to compare anything with like and as for simile necessarily. You can just compare a situation to something else. So, you know, so an infernal dust, right, is comparing it to an inferno, like a fire, like hell kind of thing. So that is an example of a simile, really. So the only thing that is not there is sarcasm. So the number 7 is C. All right. So just to go back through section 1, all of the answers. 1 is B, 2 is D, 3 is A. All right. 4 is D, 5 is D, 6 is C, and 7 is also C. All right, so we're good with that. We can move on to the next section. All right, there's some debate as to whether there's a simile in there or a metaphor. All right. Yes, similes are supposed to have like and as, but there are some instances where you can have a simile being compared to something without the use of like or as. But if we went back to this question, we had to choose an answer. The most likely one would be sarcasm, because there's no piece of sarcasm in this entire thing. Even if you don't obviously see a simile, you clearly, definitely don't see a sarcasm in there. So sarcasm would not be in there, and that would be the answer for number 7. All right, so we're moving on now. Number 8. Okay, so this is a new one. The media is filled with reports of teenagers being distracted. Oh, it's not new. It's actually something that we've seen already. I thought it was new. The media is filled with reports of teenagers being distracted by digital technology and that such preoccupation is affecting their schoolwork. Haldane, a sociology student, decides to investigate this phenomenon at his school, which is located in a rural district. He intends to use interviews to collect data. Number 8 asks, which of the following activities would Haldane need to undertake as part of his research? 1, talking to parents and teachers. 2, finding out how many students own digital devices. 3, choosing a sample that is representative of his school's population. 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3. Number 8. All right, number 8 is actually D. Remember, we did this question already, so it's all of them. He needs to talk to parents and teachers, find out how many students own digital devices, choose a sample that is representative of school population. It's all of them as part of the process of research. Number 9 asks, which of the following could be an advantage if Haldane conducted interviews? Is it cost effectiveness of the procedure, wide geographic coverage of informants, high reliability of the information to be collected, in-depth nature of the information to be collected? Number 9. All right, number 9 is D. Yeah, everybody's saying D, 9 is D. 10, Haldane found an article entitled Modern Technology Causing Canadian Students to Fail. This article could be useful to his research as it is reliable and accurate, can yield sufficient data, provide secondary data, or can provide primary data. Number 10. All right, good. 10 is C. 11, why would it be unacceptable for Haldane to apply the findings of his research to all teenagers? A, only use data collection methods. B, only use interviews to collect data. C, respondents might not tell the truth. Or D, population is only students from his school. 11. All right, 11 is D. Yeah, everybody's saying D, 11 is D. All right, see, another repeat question. Miss Tricia Davis is the head of the English department at Malcolm High School. Realized that over the 5-year period, fewer students chose literatures in English as an optional subject in sixth form. She would like to research the reason for this and to put in place a program to reverse this situation. 12 asks, which of the following research designs would be the most suitable for Miss Davis to use? Descriptive, exploratory, correlational, or experimental? Number 12. Somebody was asking what was number 7. Number 7, number 7 is C. We're at number 12 now. Which of the following research designs would be the most suitable? She's trying to find out why. What's the reason for, we went through this. She's trying to find the reason for people not choosing literatures in English in sixth form. So what's the answer for number 12? All right, it's B. Number 12 is exploratory. You're exploring, you're trying to find a reason. So number 13, which of the following factors could invalidate the generalization which Miss Davis makes from the findings? Is it A, sample size too large? B, sample is not representative of the population? C, research is carried out only by Miss Davis' school? Or D, the research is conducted during end of year examination? 13. We went through this. I know you remember. All right. Yeah. 13 is B. All right. 14. Which of the following data collection methods is most suitable for Miss Davis to use in her research? Interview, document search, observation, schedule, or participant observation? 14. Remember, she wants to find out from students why they're not choosing literatures in English. So what's number 14? Yeah, 14 is A. All right, interview. So interview is the best thing to do. 15, which of the following must Miss Davis consider in selecting her sample? 1, composition of the school's population. 2, size of the school's population. 3, accuracy of the school's data. 15. 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2 and 3. Yeah, 15 is D. Right, all of them. In selecting a sample, all of them she has to consider. All right, so we're at 16. We're back at that story again with Ascot. Yeah. You can bet that papers will repeat as long as it's within the last 4 to 5 years. Thereabout. All right, so Miss Clemmy keep on looking at Ascot as if he's a stranger, and Daggerman sit on the bench outside as if he's too afraid to come near the lady. Children start playing around the car and make as if to open the door. Ascot snap at them so bad that my mother had to say, "Hi, Ascot, is your own little brothers you're treating so?" "Half brother," Ascot said. From then on, things just get from bad to worse. Ascot looked like he real vexed with Miss Clemmy, and the wife and stepfather looked like they real vexed with Ascot. So finally, Ascot said, "Come, let me take you all home, for I have to get back to Kingston tonight." But by this time, Daggerman's face set, and he said he preferred to walk, and Miss Clemmy and the children get into the car alone. And even though Miss Clemmy looked like she's going to cry, you can still see she feeling proud to have her son driving in her car. But as they drive off, all we can hear is Ascot shouting at the children to take their dirty feet off the car seat. All right, number 16. When Ascot says, "Come, let me take you all home," in line 78, he aims to do what? Make Daggerman angry, get back to Kingston that night, ease the tension among the family, take his mother and her other children for a drive. 16. See, "Come, let me take you all home." All right, B. Nobody's saying B. All right, 17. Writers' use of English Creole throughout the extract suggests that English Creole is a broken language, is an authentic language, is used only by illiterate people, or should not be used for literary purposes. 17. English Creole. Why are they using English Creole? All right, B again. Persons are saying B. All right. Okay, good. 18. So the following does not convey communicative behavior. Ascot snap at them, Daggerman sit on the bench outside. From then on, things got from bad to worse, or the wife and stepfather look like they're real vexed with Ascot. See, I remember the question. They just switched out the right answer with another line. So for 18, 18 answer is C. C. 17, 17 answer is B. Right? And 18 answer is C. Okay. 19. What communicative behavior does Daggerman exhibit in lines 8 to 9? Let's find that. Lines 8 to 9. 9, 6, 7, 8. All right. But by this time, Daggerman face set and he say he prefer to walk. And Miss Clemmy and the children get into the car alone. Right? So what is he communicating behavior? Is it fear, shame, confused, or hostility? 19. 19 is D, right? Hostility, right? So just to go back over these again before we move to the next section. 16, right, is B. 17 is also B. 18 is C, and 19 is D. D as in dog. All right. 20 to 23. All right. So this looks like a new one. Yeah, it's new. So Tulwa asked Gobin if he thought Hulcharan would leave anything for Harry. Harry disappoint he bad, said Tulwa. We can't tell you, Tulwa, said Gobin, shaking his head patiently. Only he lawyer can tell you what he left and what he ain't left. Tulwa glanced around again and asked why he didn't take Rambarry for his lawyer. Ain't Rambarry his son-in-law? Me can't tell you, Tulwa, said Gobin, fidgeting and frowning now. So it's adapted from We Know Not Whom to Mourn by Edgar Mittelholzer. He's a Guyanese author. Yeah, so this is clearly Indo-Guyanese, Indian. The names Tulwa, Gobin, Hulchan. All right, so 20. Which example of Creole structure is evident in the statement Harry disappoint he bad? Right? Is it front focusing, serial verb construction, use of double negative, or subject pronoun in the object position? 20. All right, D. Yeah, Harry disappoint he bad, because you know that the he, which is a subject pronoun, should have been him. Disappoint him bad, which is an object pronoun. All right, 21. Why would Creole be the most appropriate choice of language in this scenario? 1, it is representative of the characters. 2, the context is informal. 3, the topic is informal. Is it 1 and 2 only, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3? 21. All right. Yeah, everybody's saying D. 21 is D. Okay. 22. Tulwa's use of nonverbal communication in the extract indicates that she is what? Inquisitive, conscious, indifferent, or considerate. 22. Tulwa's use of nonverbal communication in the extract indicates what? See, Tulwa glanced around again, then asked. So is she inquisitive, conscious, indifferent, considerate? 22. Is anybody answering 22? Let's go back over these 20. 20 is D, 21 is D, and now we're at 22. All right, 22 is A, yes, inquisitive. 23. Which of the following features of Caribbean Creole English is evident in the extract? Is it calques, vowel insertion, double negatives, or zero copula use? '23. All right, so let's go through these terms then. So a calque is actually like, it's a phrase or a word, it's really taken from like another language, right? So Yeah, okay. So you can see that most of this is in what? It's in Creole, English, right? So the person speaking Creole, but they borrow a few words from standard English, like lawyer, disappoint, and all of those things, right? Disappoint and lawyer, but everything else is Creole. So you see that they've borrowed a few English words, right? So that is what a calc is, and that is the answer in this one actually. 23 is A, right? You don't see the others in there. There are no double negatives. Vowel insertion, no, in fact you would take out the vowels, so it's not vowel insertion, and zero copular use, and there's no evidence of that, so the answer is actually A. So does everybody understand that? Yeah, so a calc is like the thing is mostly Creole, but it's borrowing a few words from English, else it would have been all Creole. So they borrowed a few. So the answer for 23 is A. Somebody's asking what is front focusing. All right, so front focusing, as even if you don't know what it means, you can use context clues. So you are trying to put the verb at the beginning of the sentence, right? That's what front focusing is. So we don't really see any evidence of that, right? Front focusing is not in that one. All right, so everybody understands why 23 is A, calcs, right? Mostly Creole, but they borrow a few elements from English. All right, so we're moving on. 24, same passage that we were at before. 24C. So it says, Rufus had him in a passion, a kind of vexation that when he stand up before a crowd, he would get all tangled up with his words and feelings. But Rufus do have education. They tell this story how one night at a meeting, Rufus was talking about the cost of living. People can't eat book in this country. Rufus said people can't eat words. What the people need is bread. B-R-E-D, bread. Rufus, he leave out the A. Somebody from the crowd called out to him, and Rufus correct himself. B-R-E-D-A. They tell of another time, the reporter tell Rufus that Mr. Richardson suggests that they should put more boys out in the sea to mark the area. Boys, Rufus said, big men doesn't drown out there in the sea, and he want to put boys. No, we couldn't vote for Rufus. Who we want in the council is a man that qualify, a man with education just like the people in Britain. Ivan could really talk. Rufus was all right, but after you listen to Ivan Martin, you had to put Rufus aside. All right. So 24, which of the following roles is language serving in this extract when it is used to judge Rufus's level of education? 24. So the official answer sheet still says political. Last time that was what I said as well. But really and truly that it is, I think it's social, right? Because social function of language really deals with education and how educated somebody is and how they use the language. All right, so 25, the narrator relates the stories about Rufus mainly to do what? To show hatred for Rufus, to show that Rufus is uneducated, to show that people dislike Rufus, or to validate the view that Rufus is competent. 25. Remember what we said last time? 25. B. Yeah, B is the answer. All right. 26. Which of the following attitudes may be inferred about the narrator based on his account of Rufus's behavior? He values education, he likes British people, he was unsympathetic towards Rufus, or he does not like people with passion. A. All right, good. 26 is A. Again, some of these repeat. 27, an English Creole in the Caribbean may be defined as a language. What? with limited linguistic functions, used by poorest people in society, only understood by some persons, or developed from contact between Europeans and Africans. 27. 27 D. Right? 25, 25 is B. Okay. Narrator relates stories about Rufus, mainly to do what? To show that Rufus is uneducated. Okay. Right. And then we said that 27 is D. We're at 28 now. Which of the following terms refers to the range of language choices available to a speaker for use in different situations? Dialect, Creole, register, or orthography. That should be orthography. Orthography. 28. We're answering 28. See somebody asking what was 24. Okay, let me go back again. 24. Official answer sheet says political. Right? I am saying social, right? But let's follow what the official answer sheet says, because I don't think they can give you wrong if you said political. So we're going to just stick with political. All right. So 24 is C, 25 is B, 26 is A. Then 27 is D, and 28, which of the following terms refers to the range of language choices available to a speaker for use in different situations. 28, did anybody answer 28? I am seeing that persons are saying C. The answer for 28 is C. All right. 29, which of the following expressions is the process of reduplication evident? I water, stepsister, wago, and chaka chaka host. The answer is D. 30, which of the following is an example of the use of language performing a social function? 30, right? Is it praying silently, introducing oneself, reading a comic strip, or making a journal entry? Social function. 30. All right, B, introducing oneself. Everybody got that one, right? All right, 31 no to 35. This one looks new. Your friend Kristen is running for head girl and you have agreed to be her campaign manager. Kristen has to give a speech to the upper school students at General Assembly. 31 asks, to which of the following two elements of the communication process should Kristen pay the most attention if her speech is to be effective? 31, is it noise and receiver, noise and feedback, message and receiver, or conceptualization and message? 31. Everybody saying B? All right, 31 is B. 32, you anticipate that some of the students might easily forget Kristen's manifesto. Which of the following actions would make the manifesto more memorable? Using charts and graphs, slogans and jingles, being as direct as possible, or being as thorough as possible? 32. All right, 30, yeah. Okay, yeah. Can everybody say this clearly now? 31, so that 31 is C, and 32, everybody is saying B, and B is the correct answer for 32. Okay? Right. Someone asked me to zoom in, so I zoomed in, everybody can see, right? Do I need to make it bigger? All right, 33. Which of the following non-verbal communication methods would be the most effective in helping Kristen enhance her presentation to the audience? Non-verbal. Is it dress, gestures, proxemics, or chronemics? 33. Everybody saying B? Yeah, 33 is B. All right, so just to, well, when we finish this section. 34, which of the following audience reactions would indicate that the upper school students are likely to vote for Kristen? looking at her while she speaks, loud rumbling whenever she pauses, discussing her main points with friends, or applauding whenever she makes a point. 34. D. All right, good. 35. Kristen is to avoid sending mixed or unintentional messages to her audience. To which aspect of the communication process should she pay special attention? Noise, medium, encoding, or conceptualization? 35. Everybody's saying. All right, 35. See, some person saying C, some person saying D. All right, the answer is actually encoding, right? She must code the message in such a way that everybody is able to understand it. So let's go through this section again. 31, right, is C. 32 is B. 33 is B. 34 is B. And 35 is C. All right, everybody got that? Thirty-one is C. 31 is C. 32 is B. 33 is B. 34 is D as in dog, and 35 is C. Okay? No, 31 wasn't B. 31 was C. Message and receive. 31 is C. Okay? Okay. I think persons should see this. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. So it's a picture that says Antigua and Barbuda. The I in Antigua is a palm tree. Then now it says the beach is just the beginning. That's what the line says. The beach is just the beginning. So, and this is a shell. So like a conch shell. And then you can see the waves and the water right here. There's no other writing or anything, but this is what the item looks like. Everybody can see this clearly, right? Well, not clearly, but everybody can see. Everybody can see it? See, Antigua, Barbuda, the beach is just the beginning. The conch shell is on the left, right here. These are the waves and everything. So we can see that. All right. What type of advertising is featured in the picture? Is it a service? Is it classified? Is it corporate? Or is it government? Type of advertising. 36. Some person said D, some person said A. The answer is actually D. For 36, yeah, it's D, government. I mean, it's a tourism thing. You know, it's like saying that our government, remember, it's saying Antigua and Barbuda. So the government is the one that's advertising their country. It's like our tourist board, Jamaica Tourist Board, putting out an ad, right, to come to Jamaica. So it's the government that's doing it, right? If it was a service thing, maybe if that sent something like sandals, which is private, or come to sandals or something, then it could have been service. But this is advertising a country, and most times it's a government that's going to take marketing things for their country. So the answer is D for 36. 37, which of the following appeals is most dominant in the advertisement? Status and humor, youth and pleasure, pleasure and status, or patriotism and status? 37. 37, anybody? All right, 2 persons said C, so the answer is C. 37, it's talking about pleasure and status. So you can eliminate A, you can eliminate D because it's a tourism ad. So pleasure has to be in there, right? So that just leaves B and C. And youth, there's no real evidence to say that this is appealing only to youth or mostly to youth. So you would say pleasure and status. 37 is C. 38, the purpose of the shell on the beach in the advertisement is to do what? Share the diverse fauna of the islands, suggest the islands as a tropical escape, serve as a universal symbol of tourism, or ensure that the composition is balanced. 38. Everybody answering? The shell, why are we using the shell? What's the purpose of the shell? The shell on the beach, why would we use a shell on a beach? Everybody having different answers. Some person saying B, some person saying A. All right, so the answer is actually A. Suggest the island. Sorry, the answer is B. 38 is B. All right, suggest the islands as a tropical escape. You're advertising a beach. It's an island, right? And a shell is found on the beach, kind of thing. So it's clear that it's advertising it as a tropical place, right? 39. One possible reason for including the tagline "the beach is only the beginning" is to do what? Indicate the destination is unique, celebrate the geographical diversity inclusive of coastal areas, indicate national pride in the country inclusive of beaches, or suggest the island's varied attractions beyond the beaches. 39. Said the beach is only the beginning. All right, everybody, all right, most persons are saying D. Yeah, D is the answer. Suggest the island's varied attractions beyond the beaches. Okay. Moving on. 40. A sixth form class was practicing to write expository essays. Students were exposed to the various features of exposition and guidelines for producing this type of essay in an academic context. 40 is asking, a student's expository essay should typically aim to do what? Affect the emotions, recount experiences, enlighten and instruct the reader, or present the writer's personal viewpoint. 40. C, yeah, enlighten and instruct the reader. 40. 41. Which of the following would be the main organizational strategy used in an expository essay on the topic types of luxury vehicles? We've seen it before. Description, classification, chronological order, comparison, and contrast. 41. Yeah, 41 is B, classification. 42, which of the following organizational features of language is typically not used in exposition? Emotive language, facts and statistics, information from experts, detailed supporting main points. Everybody knows. 42 is A. All right, moving on. Last 3. Yeah, easy, because we've been here before. You are asked to speak to a group of 20 kindergarten children on the topic environment and cleanliness. 43 asks, which of the following would be the most appropriate way to share the information with your audience? Panel discussion, animation and speech, televised documentary, PowerPoint presentation. 43. B, all right, everybody got that. 44. Which of the following is a sequence that the presenter should follow to successfully complete the communication process? A, B, C, D. All right, so you can eliminate A and eliminate B because you wouldn't encode the message. That's not the beginning of it. So you conceive the message first, and then you encode it, select the channel, disseminate the message. 44 would be C. The last one, what 2 organizational features would best help your audience to easily follow your speech? Editing and concluding, formatting and editing, researching and outlining, or proofreading and paragraphing. 45. Which one would enable your audience to easily follow the speech? All right, B, formatting and editing. B. All right, that's it. Somebody asked me to go back to number 28. I'll just do that. Number 28 says, which of the following terms refer to the range of language choices available to a speaker for use in different situations? And the answer there is register. All right. Okay, so dialect, everybody knows that dialect is like a segment of a language. Everybody knows that Creole is register is like the range, is it formal, informal, casual, whatever. Orthography is just a system of writing. So Patois has an orthography. You can write Patois systematically. You can same way we do it with English, same way you do it with anything else. All right, so that is that's about it. Yeah, so we're done. Um, will there be another meeting closer to the exam? Well, I guess the organizers would have to answer that. But we did 4 questions today. Thanks to everybody for participating. I think the organizers should send these past paper questions. We did 16, 17, 18, and 19, and multiple choice was only started from about 2014. So 2014 to 2020 would be multiple choice. You can contact the organizers, just like with the first one. They will send out the papers, and with the answers, they have them. All right. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. And I guess one of the persons, David, or any of the organizers, will take over. Or if I guess they don't have anything to say, then persons can leave at their convenience. If there's no formal wrapping